Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Saturday show is, well, we're live, ladies and gentlemen. In just a second, go for it, D. Take it away.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Back to you,
That's the way.
Fedor.
Thank you, Dean. Ladies and gerbils, you heard the man. The show is for adults only. Where I am, the rules are 21 and over. If the rules are a little bit different where you are, please to abide by your local rules. Cheers, Miss Chronic. First in chat, good to see you. Long time no see, Miss Chronic. Welcome back. And of course, welcome back as first.
Welcome
Ladies and
back.
gerbils, what's that, D?
Welcome back, Carter.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, please do remember that the show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Obviously, we are not selling anything on this show. D is certainly not vending anything on my show, so don't make any assumptions. Sometimes in the past, people have made assumptions or tried to report us or something completely and totally incorrect because you cannot buy anything, actually, from D, anything of any circumstances whatsoever. And the only things that I sell are perfectly legal, ladies and gentlemen, on my website. So please do remember that. What was I going to say, ladies and gentlemen, too? Do stay tuned. Here comes Smashed. Do stay tuned for the near future. We're going to be having some cool interviews this Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, actually. We're going to be chatting with All That's Green, a friend of the community. A lot of you folks know her, I think, somewhat personally. And in fact, personally, she's a very friendly person, right? So there's a lot of the Canadian area that are at this point really good buddies. So it's fun to talk to her, and she's definitely been a longtime viewer and all that kind of stuff. And so she does her own thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to learn all about it. So fascinating person. It should be a really good discussion. Throw down some questions, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I don't have anything specific to say. I mean, she works at a dispensary in Canada. It's a little bit different situation there. So if you want to have any questions about, goodness gracious, what could she answer? Well, you know what? It never hurts to ask. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Bud tending, types of weed. Perhaps you are looking for a specific medicinal with specific properties, blah, blah, blah. Maybe she can help with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get into all kinds of interesting discussion with All That's Green. Not tomorrow, rather, but on Tuesday. Don't know why I said tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this coming Wednesday, I actually don't have anything scheduled, I don't think. No, I don't think I do. This coming Tuesday, though, I'm sorry, the following Tuesday, I believe, although I have to iron it out 100%, I believe we're down, but I think we have to absolutely nail down the date for sure, with Miranda Family Farm. So it looks like that's going to be coming up in a couple of weeks or a week and a half or something. Still trying to find some time for Red Setter Farm. It looks like he's actually going to have the most time on one of these Saturday shows. I think he mentioned that not this coming Saturday, or rather not this Saturday, but the one after that. Still busy. So perhaps the week after that, we might do a Saturday show. In that circumstance, we would basically do the Tuesday rules and stuff. We're not going to do this loosey-goosey bullshit on an interview show. Not that, Red Setter Farm probably wouldn't be up for just kind of improvising and goofing off because I think he seems like he's kind of a fun and quick thinking guy. But we're definitely not going to disrespect him by basically having a couple of fucking schlubs on here. And hey, do you like weed, bro? But ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, by the way, I've asked and gotten very, 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 very few responses. Folks, if you guys would like to recommend an interview guest, if you would like to be an interview guest, please do let me know. The Saturday show is an option. So obviously the Tuesday show is my preference because it's, of course, on my bigger show or my bigger channel. It definitely gets a bigger audience. We definitely get more views and stuff, although surprisingly, we get a lot of views on this show. But oh, there it is. Red Setter. Cheers, buddy. So I was his ears are mush, must have been ringing. That's it indeed. I was just saying we're trying to formalize the time that we have you on. Ladies and gentlemen, so like I said, the Tuesday show is my preference. Wednesday afternoon show, we're definitely going to be doing guests. I'm gonna actually spin up something a little bit different in the future, but for the moment, we're still trying to find guests. Have been struggling actually because most of the people have been, to be honest, have been available on the Tuesday show more than the Wednesday show. But we'll get there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get there little by little. If you would honestly be willing to help, that would be really spectacular. The best thing that I need is actual credible interview guest ideas. If you have a link with somebody, because obviously I don't know well, maybe I've met someone here and there because I surprisingly know a halfway decent amount of people, but I hardly know them. You know what I mean? So it's not the kind of knowledge where like, oh yeah, that guy will totally come on my show. No, I kind of met the guy one time, of course, nobody on the East Coast, but maybe I met the guy one time at a freaking show somewhere and we said hello. That was about it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're buddies with somebody that would be super interesting and could put in a good word, that would be spectacular, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that said, hopefully you guys get the message. Email me, fumidor@chronictable.com, ladies and gentlemen. That's the easiest way to reach me. As always, there's still some kind of weird Gmail glitch that I just have honestly given up on fixing. So sometimes when you email me, fumidor@chronictable.com, I may respond to you at a slightly different address. It's still going to be chronictable or pm.me or
Wow.
whatever the fuck. Still a legit email address, but Google does this anti-spoofing thing or other when you have your own address, basically your own at address. So I have at chronictable.com. They make you go through some hoops, and it's not worth it. Honestly, it's the literally the only service that I have to deal with is Gmail. So I'm just not too worried about it. I fucked with it for hours and hours and hours and couldn't figure it out. Southern BT Grower, good to see you, buddy. Looks like I'm in live chat, so maybe he is still shadow banned. Let me switch to top chat just for a second to see if he's gone. Nope, not gone anymore. So, ladies and gentlemen, whatever VT Grower was being shadow banned by is probably gone. So, hopefully, the rest of you are also not shadow banned. I can promise you it wasn't me. So, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully it wasn't. I don't think it was one of the other moderators because I checked was anyone like banned or whatever. Nothing on my end. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, recently been having some weird YouTube issues, like the good old days or something, right? Since when we not had any kind of YouTube issues? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start to move on. So, what was I going to say? Like I said, this coming Tuesday, really fun show on Fumidor and the Flavors, my big channel. The following week, again, it looks like Miranda Family Farms. If we can't, for some reason, nail down that exact Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, he's definitely coming on. So, don't worry about that. We're going to have a fun chat with him, which is exciting because honestly, I've known Miranda Family Farms for easily 5 years, but I know hardly anything about him. I know hardly anything about his, well, that's not true, not anything about his growing stock, because he talks about it, right? But I don't know too much about his genetics. I don't know too much about his history with his genetics. I know he works a lot with Ms. Jill. It'd be fun to talk about that too, because Ms. Jill is cool. You know what? We'll have a chance to get to know Miranda Family Farms, right, ladies and gentlemen. Funny thing is, I think I used to know his first name, but we don't have to say that on YouTube or anything. But I'm like, oh, I don't even think I remember that, honestly. So it'd be nice to get to know him a little bit. Maybe do the first name thing off the show. But anyway, what was I going to say? That's about it, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, go visit my website, of course, fumidoro.com. Certainly go take a look at all the lines there. It seems like a kind of a waste of time these days to tell you because honestly, all of you hate all of the Coot special crosses, I think for good reason, because basically Coot was a butt and a half. Really makes me feel great, honestly, investing so much time and effort and honestly money in investing in all of that. So really, thank you to the poison that is Clackamas Coot. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, whatever. Go visit my website. I guess it's fun. Anyway, go take a look and D Zombie, go for it. At least he's wearing a safety meeting shirt. Go for it, D. We'll switch over to Smash because it looks like it's taking a while. Smash, what's going on?
Hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
What's up? I'm in the garden.
right on. Cheers.
Hope everyone's having a good night. Give me like 5 minutes and I'll be on.
Right on. Sounds good. See you then. Go for it, D.
what's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for tuning in. You can find me on my pre-show, where you do a pre-show on my channel, dzombie_745 on YouTube. Come check me out there. Cheers, everybody in chat. Top chat, live chat. And I'm smoking
Cheers,
on
folks.
some.
This show on Saturday is more of a kind of a loosey-goosey show. We've been switching the other two shows to basically invite only. Essentially, we do loosen up the Tuesday. Well, actually, both. Yeah, no, the Tuesday show we kind of loosen it up a little bit after the interview, but I think I'm going to rein that in a little bit too because yeah, it's especially some of the discussion after the guest the other day was a little bit spicy. So Don't know if that's really that useful on my channel, honestly. So anyway, that's been part of it, candidly. But folks, you guys are welcome to hop on here. Really, very, very simple rules that most people seem to be able to abide by, but we do have some problems, especially we've had some problems lately. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. We're tightening up the rules as well, especially since this is a loosey-goosey show, and oftentimes I'm not here kind of taking care of things. I'm putting basically everybody on warning. I want everyone to know because this show is not really important to me. It's important for you, I think, more than anybody. I would be willing to bet $1 million that I've never sold a single pack of seeds because of this show. It's literally basically for you guys. So if I hear any fucking nonsense, any shenanigans, if there's any goddamn bullshit, if there's any fucking weirdos in the chat, you guys kind of know who you are. I don't even really care on some level who's yelling at who. I've kind of gotten to that level where like I don't care who's yelling. You know, everyone knew the angry dad in the neighborhood or something who's just like, I just punish everybody, you know, let God sort them out. I'm a little bit in that circumstance now, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't really care who's right. This is my channel. This is my other channel is my channel. Folks hop on here and pretend kind of that they have some authority here or something, or they have a right to be here. No, you're all guests. You're all guests here. You're all guests in the chat. You're all guests on the panel. Not a single one of you, even if I make you co-host, will ever have any ownership of the show. That's actually shown repeatedly by lack of ability more than anything else too. For example, last week, once again, the show was left running because the hosts, whichever one was in charge, probably left the room and then came back, and then I was defaulted to host. So anyway, long story short, everybody's on notice. If you guys act like fucking weirdos, we're just going to cancel this Saturday show, and then I'll do it occasionally for interviews by myself, basically. So that would be far more useful to me, honestly. If you wonder why is the show not useful to me, it's because whatever. Let's not get into it. But I could tighten up the show if I do it myself and all that kind of stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost like give me a reason, you know, that kind of thing. So, same thing with trolls. If you guys want to be douchebags, I kind of encourage you, honestly. And likewise, the blue names in the chat are required to deal with the trolls. If I come back to the show, if I'm off in the garden or something, harvesting or doing whatever else, and I come back and there's a bunch of trolls in the chat, moderators are going to start getting removed, and of course, guests on the show are going to start getting removed as well. So I can't emphasize enough how much patience I've lost. I have zero left for any of the fucking weird nonsense. So no weird dumb shit. If you feel that you are mentally unstable enough not to be able to come on my show, that's phrased too difficultly. If you are not mentally stable enough to come on one of these shows and be cool for a couple hours, please don't come on my show. If you are not mentally stable on here enough to come on here and pretend that you like everybody else that's on the panel, even if you don't. I mean, I oftentimes don't like all the people on the panel. We'll just put it that way. But I pretend that I do. If you guys are not able to pretend that you like everybody in the fucking panel for 5 minutes, fuck off. Just literally fuck off and don't ever be seeing it again on this channel. You're not that valuable. Honestly, you're not that valuable to this show. You're not that valuable to this. You're probably a valuable and special person. I do believe that. Everybody's special, but somewhere the fuck away from me. I'm really not kidding about this. So last week there was some weird shit in the fucking show. I was just like, I didn't have time for it, you know? And one of the people who was talking about, I was probably yelling at the wrong person. This is a good example. I just kind of don't care, you know? So, folks, we're here to have a good time. We're not here for a long time. We're here to enjoy ourselves. We're not here to have your fucking weird drama and your weird mental problems and all that kind of stuff. If you feel like Kanye is cool and you feel like his mental sanity is the where you'd like to be, go fucking listen to Kanye. Go do that shit. Go do something else somewhere else. Just fuck off. Here we're here to get high, goof off, kind of talk about weird nonsense for a couple hours. They'll probably talk about spaceships and I don't even know, plastic in the oceans, whatever the fuck, right? If you're a jerk off and a fucking gaping wound on the world, if you are an ulcer on our ass, get the fuck. Just seriously, be gone with thee. I don't need it. So, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not kidding. Perhaps you think, oh, Fumi's not serious. No, I'll ban everyone in the chat. It's fine. You know, like it's fine with me. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're cool, you'll never have any problems. But try me. J5, good to see you. Martial artist in the house. Good to see you. He's saying brains. Cold Gaze in the house. Welcome, Cold Gaze. Looks like a new name in the chat. Welcome. Cool Gaze, please don't assume that we're here to slap you in the face with a hammer or something. We've just had some people acting a little spicy lately, so if you're chill, just we can't see if you're fucking naked. You know what I mean? It's the internet, right? So if you're able to at least just hold it together in the chat and just pretend to be halfway nice, and same thing if you come on the panel or something and just I don't know, wear pants on the panel, please. That's cool. You know what I mean? We'll be fine. But I feel like some people have just not gotten the fucking I don't even know. They don't. I don't know. They didn't read the notes or something. I don't know what it is. Red Setter Farm says, it's a damn blessing to be busy with my head in the soil and own life problems to not have to have idle hands and be a drama queen. Seriously, seriously. That probably nails it better than anything. Red Setter Farm is too busy, even if he wanted to be in the drama, which his character I think does not match that kind of character. But if he did, if for some reason Red Setter Farm woke up and chose violence one morning, he's too fucking busy. He's got plans to deal with. He's got fucking plans to take to the fucking market. He's got whatever the fuck to take to the market and sell to people, top people to talk to, on and on and on. He's literally too fucking busy from morning to night to have some goddamn trash in his life. Like you fucking trolls. I swear you guys are so embarrassing. I don't know. You think you get us or something when you make fun of us? A few weeks ago, somebody was trying to call everyone on the panel fat, and I was just like, you know
I
that
am
the person
fat.
saying this is some like really gross pizza fucking crusted weirdo, right? I was like, who in the panel is fat? And even if they were, I was like, what kind of an insult is this? Oh my God, Americans are fat. Like half the panel I think was American. I was like, good insult, bro. And I was just like, seriously, like what the fuck? This person is probably fucking fucktarded. I'm trying not to say retarded anymore. I sometimes slip up. But anyway, fucktards are all around us. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on and try to enjoy the conversation because, of course, we're here to have a good time. Captain, oh, look at that. He's switched the name. I really appreciate Captain 420. Perfectly done. Did we say hello? We did say hello to the other guys. Captain 420, what's going on? Or he's still setting up. We'll give him a second. D zombies. He's not fat. He's big boned. It's all that. It's all that cheese. No, you don't eat a lot of cheese, do you? Or actually, you do. You like cheese. What? It's the crock pots. That's what it is. I think the zombie is getting fat on the crock pots. Uh, technically, I have a crock pot. Actually, I didn't used to, but it I kind of
Uh,
inherited a bunch of junk with the house. So that was not all of it's junk actually. Some of it's nice, but I think I have a crock pot. One of these days, I finally need to get to it. That's
yeah,
right.
exactly. It's
Yeah, J5. Holy cow. Everyone remembers Kanye 20 years ago. Jesus fucking Christ. It's really a shame, honestly. He was whatever you want to say about him, because I definitely wasn't a big fan of his music. I've never really been a big fan of hip hop, but every once in a while I enjoy something. But oh God, he went nuts. He went fucking nuts. Apparently, he's been smoking nitrous nonstop for 2 years, and evidently it causes you a lot of brain damage. So people are saying, oh, he's got a brain like Swiss cheese these days. So it is. Red Setter Farm is smoking a fatty. Right on, dude. I don't have any weed in front of me. I have actually, believe it or not, I have a little bit of weed in the living room. I found a couple of jars of, but compared to what I've been smoking, it was fine. So maybe I'll go grab a little bit of that here in a second, or maybe I'll have a dab first. I do have a little bit drying finally. Oh, I shouldn't have rushed that crop. It's just such a fucking mistake. It was such a noob rookie mistake too. I think I told everybody. I've been talking about it for a while now. Like I rushed that tent in. I was like, oh, I need weed. Da 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 da. If I had waited literally one more week, I would have had such a better harvest. But I threw in some mothers there, and then I was like, oh, I don't have time to scrog it. That's kind of famous last words, basically. Like some people don't grow scrogs in a tent for sure. I know Smash doesn't really like it, but oh, without a fucking net, edge to edge, you're just never gonna get much fucking yield. And then if you have these kind of problematic hello fodder. Anyway, all the lessons that I've learned in growing, I broke them. I was, I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry, bro. If I'd waited one more week, I would have saved so much bullshit. Well, so it is. Next time will be better. Cheers, Joe Cabby. You saying big up? Good to see you, buddy. Feel like a long time no see, Joe. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that super bad. Yeah, Joe Cabby. Cabby.
Tomorrow's Mother's Day.
Hmm. That's right. Tomorrow's Mother's Day.
I know. I'm sorry for your loss, Fumi. That must suck. Father's
Mhm.
Day is really hard for me.
Yeah.
So anyone that lost their mother, whoever's close to you, try to reach out and just say hi.
Yeah, and reach
Cheers,
out before it's
guys.
too late. That's something that you can't undo. That's for sure.
Doesn't have to be your mom. It could be your
best friend, if your mom's gone, just reach out to someone. Check on.
A lot of older people actually just get basically abandoned by their kids and family and everything else. Really shockingly common, not just
Not
in the
me.
U.S. in Europe too. What's that, Captain?
Not me. I'm going home to my parents.
Right on.
Again, I got a
Uh,
full-time job, 7 days a week, 15 hours a day.
what's that? I don't
Well, my
understand.
my father is hooked up to a breathing machine,
Oh,
an
gotcha. So
oxygen
you're
machine.
their you're gonna be their
And
caretaker. I gotcha.
well, I've been their caretaker. That's
Mm,
why I went back.
mm,
I'm the caretaker of my family. I took care of
mm,
my grandparents and I'll take care of my parents.
mm.
They come before me because family comes before everything.
No,
Except when it
well,
comes to my daughter, she can go pound fucking salt.
there's probably a story there.
Yeah.
Red Setter Farm says, you know you're high when you can't tell when your garage door is creaking or gunshots are popping off. Is that like a inner city joke or something? Man, you don't know if you live in the inner
You
city
live
when
in
your
Flint.
garage is open up or fucking pop pop pop, bro. Gang gang. Uh oh, somebody was firing gunshots the other day around here. It's definitely not legal in city limits, so somebody was being a fucking bad. But around where I live, there's a lot more fucking MAGA heads, which is really just great. I've really enjoyed moving here. It's just super spectacular. I'm fucking asshole, of course, but whatever. Yeah, I'm at the dog park the other day, and I don't know, we're talking about something. It slips out like some fucking shit about Trump. And oh fuck, I realized as I'm saying this, I was like, oh, I should probably not be so fucking loud about it because in the middle of Los Angeles or something, nobody gives a fuck about how much you shit on Trump, right? Like you can say anything you want, whatever. People just get butthurt, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God, you said what about my God King? This country, dude. I'm tired of it. Anyway, cheers, hardcore. What's going on, buddy? We're gonna throw the link out here. Boom. Normally, we do not actually give a shit anymore if you hop on the show. In fact, I would consider that it's invite only for the foreseeable future on my other channels, on my other shows, ladies and gentlemen. But on this show, feel free to hop on there until I change it, honestly, because like I said, this show is really totally for you. Well, I don't know. I guess it 1% for me because I guess it does give me something to do on Saturday. But ladies and gentlemen, seriously, the link is there if you want to hop on here. The show is definitely for people who want to, chill out, relax, enjoy themselves, not be a fucking shithead, not be a douchebag. If you are emotionally unstable, then I guess it's up to you to decide if you can keep it together for the fucking few minutes that you're on this show, or if you can't. If you can't, we don't want to see you. We just genuinely don't want to see you. I'm not being sarcastic. Don't want to see you. If you are a weirdo and you cannot fucking collaborate on this panel like a normal fucking person, I mean, look at this fucking band of weirdos. Like, we're not expecting much from you, but if you can't keep that together, fuck off. That's about as clearly as I can say it. But otherwise, you guys are welcome to hop on here. Hardcore saying howdy. I feel like I haven't seen Hardcore in fucking ages. How long has it been since Hardcore was on the show? Like at least like 2 weeks, but it feels like 8 months. We haven't seen him painting those spinny wheels for a little while. Red Setter Farmer saying peri-urban, but yeah, urban gunfights to the north and Cowboys target practicing to the south, about a mile in each direction. Yeah, 100%. Uh,
Should go up and get breakfast.
although gunshots don't always sound the way you think they do. Guns are really puzzling, like a 22, for example, and that also depends, like a 22 rifle or a 22 handgun, for example. Those can be very different. Um, versus a fucking, I don't even know, some large caliber, whatever the fuck. Cold Gaze, I moved to your mama's house. She insisted. She said that she really couldn't deal with the distance. She said it was just too much. Even the absence makes the heart grow fonder, she said. And I was like, oh, what can I say? Southern VT Grower is hanging in the chat. Good to see you again, Southern VT Grower. It felt like I don't know. I was like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Maybe it was only the other channel we was shadow banned. I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Hopefully we can still see you. I don't know what you did. Maybe he's just too much of a rebel and YouTube's like, didn't like him or something.
So
What's going on,
this
guys?
hotel's putting an ozone generator out for me.
Right on.
Well, they're working on. I can see the roof of the other hotel I was in. I ended up losing that room. They're doing some work to the roof of it, and we had like a torrential down rain. I mean, it was coming down probably in the first 30 minutes. I couldn't even see 100 meters down the street. That's how heavy the rain came in.
All the Americans here just got lost when you said meters. They were like, "What? I don't know. Is it fathoms?"
Yeah, like 300 feet, man. You could, that's all you could see because it was just pouring
Cool.
down rain. And then all of a sudden it started coming through the ceiling.
Hmm.
They busted holes in the ceiling,
That's what she
the
said.
roof, and it just filled up.
I lost my dab tool.
And this is a smoking room, so I can smoke cannabis in it.
Oh wow, that's baller.
Well, they put the ozone generator out for
Oh, that
me.
makes sense. Fucking metal dab tool.
It's a nicer room. But they did move me to a suite, so I did have two rooms. I had a bedroom and a living room. But they took away my balcony, and that was like the main thing. I want to be able to puff. So here I can puff.
Going up.
There we go.
Seriously, how the fuck do I lose a dab tool?
Oh, dude, I
Oh,
lost it.
But like from my
You're
desk,
asking
this is
another
fucking
stoner.
madness. What the hell?
I can't
You're
find
asking
my.
another stoner how I
My
lost
fucking dog
something.
probably took it. He keeps taking shit. He hasn't taken anything from my desk here, but Jesus H Christ, it's just a matter of time. Seriously, where the fuck?
I feel
I
me, I
know.
could put something down in one room next to my chair and lose the goddamn thing in a heartbeat.
Right. Just gonna use these
I
tweezers.
know mine fell last night when I was in bed, but I got up today and now I can't.
Hmm.
We lost audio.
That's like the modern version of the I've fallen and I can't get up. I
No,
fell asleep
no,
and I can't find my adapt tool.
no idea.
Send help.
Where do we lose audio at, D?
I thought I smashed went out on me for a minute.
It's so funny. Every time I sift through this, apparently these are little diamonds that Bud sent me a long time ago. But every time I sift through it, it feels so much like I mean, it does feel a little bit like diamonds. It's kind of oily, I guess, but it feels so much like hash. I'm just like, oh, this is so funny.
Nice.
I rolled up. I got 4 fat joints and a blunt rolled up for tomorrow. I'm going to the casino for Mother's
Oh,
Day with my
cool.
family.
Nice. Oh, can you smoke what at the casino or can you smoke outside or what?
Yeah, it's gonna like they got a smoke
Smoking
area.
section.
Yeah,
I didn't understand. They have a smoking section in the casino?
no, outside.
Oh, because that, oh man, that would be so fun. People talked about that a bunch of times, like an actual weed casino or something. Would be terrible for the people because they're like, take my money. But I
I
don't know, to be
wonder.
honest. I don't know how super stoned people would gamble.
I get
I wonder.
really high and sit down to play cards.
Do you become an idiot savant or just an idiot?
It depends on who you talk to, I think.
I wonder if what the law is for us here in Canada, smoking cannabis in a casino. Because if you're a medical
It's
patient,
kind of federal.
because well, if you're a medical patient, like you can actually smoke in the smoking. Like if I was at the airport, this is pre-legalization. I would be able to smoke in the smoking section. Like I've seen guys smoke huge ass bongs, like 4 foot bongs in the smoking section in an airport 'cause they just got off the plane. But so I'm wondering if that'd be legal or not, because where we have our smoking sections is kind of like roofed off, but it's still outside kind of, but it's all fenced in. I don't
So
know.
here in Bangkok, I can smoke outside the airport, You
Yeah.
can't smoke inside the airport. And I can't smoke in Tokyo and I can't smoke in the AU.
Hmm.
But I thought about Tokyo when they first put in a new smoking area with the really
Hmm.
strong fans because they were just sucking everything up. And now they're a little bit weak. But yeah, I was thinking about, like a vape pen.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck.
That would be nice to smoke in Tokyo before that 13-hour trip.
Yeah, man. Fuck. That sucks. I could never be on a plane like that for that long, man. I did 4 hours when going to Vegas one time. And that was long enough.
Well, you don't sleep the night before. That way, you get on the plane, you've got 6 hours to get to Tokyo. You puff before you get on the plane. And then when you get there, you eat some medibles and then go to sleep.
People always forget how fucking loud planes are, though.
That's why I love my headset. Man, the screaming babies go
Yeah, but
away.
most people forget the headsets and they can't. I don't know why more people don't use earplugs. I used to live a condo building in LA, and it was insulated by, I don't even know, by sarcasm basically, and there was
Toilet
literally no,
paper.
you could hear everything from every other fucking place practically. And at nighttime, it could get fucking obnoxious. People are boning or having a party or whatever. There were all kinds of rules. They might get in trouble. And by the way, never, ever, ever get a condo because just the HOAs are just fucking dog shit. People are always trying to complain about each other. They'll complain about the most fucking foolish things, you name it, on and on and on. Like if someone doesn't complain about you, something's wrong. Like you're basically dead, basically. Anyway, but there are sometimes justifiably complaining, like people are fucking loud and whatever. So I just got to wearing earplugs, and I slept like a fucking baby, because I couldn't hear anything. I mean, that you can get earplugs that basically are rated for rock concerts, fucking airplanes, you name it. Do you realize that you're spotlighting yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
I just want to quickly show off these headphones. Not sponsored, by the way. I got Mrs. D. I think got them off of that cheap site. They weren't that cheap, but these things here, these noise canceling headphones that I got, Timu, they're friggin' amazing. Like, just like it's hard to hear when they're on. It's pretty dope. Back to everybody. Back to you guys. Assumi would say, cheers everybody
Yeah,
in
my
chat. Oh, go ahead, Cap.
my my Sonys they're like a lifesaver for me.
Hmm.
And I love that. It just takes away all the screaming babies and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
It was the best $200 I ever spent.
Uh, hold on. Do you remember how much these had? Do you remember
They're
how much?
definitely active noise canceling. I think I got the same Sonys. They just have well, they keep updating them obviously, but apparently the new ones have some new whatever the juju. People are talking great things about them. Bose has really lovely ones as well. Their noise canceling is really good. What is it? Actually, surprisingly, I saw Bowers and Wilkins at Costco recently. I almost feel bad now because apparently they just got bought up again by fucking Samsung. So probably the quality will go to shit and everything else, but we'll see. Anyway, surprising to see such a high-end brand in freaking Costco.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta call it early tonight. I gotta be up at like 6 a.m.
There, Smash.
Be
Hey,
safe.
Have a good one.
Have a fun one with your mom.
man.
Ladies and gentlemen, do hop on here. Presumably, Dee will still be on here for a while. I'm gonna go do some gardening and stuff. I'm genuinely not interested in having to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to shut off my stream again. So, at some point, we'll probably either just cut the stream or something because I'm getting a little tired of it. Honestly, I get a text at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey, no apology, by the way. No, no, anything like that. Just hey, stream's still running. It's on you now to fix it. Nah, Not really. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll figure out how that goes. The conversation is up to you now. Basically, if you guys want to hop on here, I'll post the link again. Presumably D and Captain will be here for a little bit. I actually don't know, but that's my assumption. I want to paste. There we go.
Maybe we'll see a Bud too.
That's right. Hop on here, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to hear from you. If you haven't been on the show before, this is your only opportunity probably to ever be on the shows because I'm going invite only on the other shows. Um, may even kind of stop some of these live discussions entirely. So the only place that you are going to basically be able to hop on is this show right here, ladies and gentlemen. So feel free to hop on here and join the conversation. I've said in the past, visualize kind of a cannabis pub slash cannabis cafe where you know you get to talk to your favorite growers and your buddies, and check in before work, after work, whatever. Smoke a couple of joints with your friends. Surprisingly few amount of people have ever taken me up on that, but that is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it's obviously a so-called failed business model, so we're not going to be doing it that much in the future. But you are welcome to hop on here for now. Southern BT saying haven't looked into it yet. Our DJI drones are going up in value. Is that because of the tariff prices? Because unfortunately, DJI drones now are skyrocketing.
Ooh,
The other day, they haven't increased. Speaking of Costco, they haven't increased the stuff like the DJI Osmo and stuff. Or maybe they did already. Now that I think about it, because the price was surprisingly, but no, that camera is kind of expensive. But anyway, yeah, because it was like 589. I want to say it was, yeah, it was already probably $100 more now that I think about it. Yeah, they may have already increased it, but all the drones and stuff are going to go up quite a bit. I guess it depends. Nobody really knows how to charge those tariffs. Because I don't know why the media is not talking about it. I think probably cowardice, to be perfectly honest, because the tariffs almost always are a tax on the internal consumers. So in other words, this was a tax increase on American citizens. They keep saying that these are tariffs on China, tariffs on Afghanistan, whatever the fuck. That's only half accurate because actually the tariffs come on their goods that come to the US. So they don't pay the tariffs. China doesn't pay the tariffs. DJI doesn't pay the tariffs. You pay the tariffs. If you want to buy a DJI drone, you will be paying the tariffs at the final end market. If you're an American, if you're dumb enough to be an American and born here, or citizenship here, or anything else, you will end up having to pay, like the rest of us, more money for anything that comes from China, especially because those prices now are what, 140 or 250? Nobody really knows, honestly, what those tariffs are. Nobody knows if that's on the original point of importation or apparently in some cases that might even include retail. So nobody knows. Nobody honestly knows. So does that mean that the retail price will go up by 145%, or does that mean that the wholesale price will go up 145%? Many people don't know because the rules keep changing too. So good luck, all of us. It's going to be exciting to have an intentional depression, I guess. That's probably what we'll end up calling it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, probably not the best conversation starters here, but what can I tell you? By the way, we're welcome. I'm going to make D the host, and we'll see how it goes. D, if the show doesn't really go anywhere, you're welcome to just fucking cut it. There's no reason to belabor this. Ladies and gentlemen, the show depends on you. Like I was trying to say, hop on here, join the discussion, talk about weed, talk about your garden, talk about DJI drones. I mean, we're not going to shy away from this stuff. It affects us all, but definitely not something that gets people happy. We can definitely say that. So, ladies and gentlemen, though, feel free to hop on here. Other than that, I guess I'll leave it at that. Tiger was saying I had to pay UPS $93 in tariffs for them to deliver a part for our greenhouse that was ordered from China. I believe it. I was worried that I was going to have to pay tariffs on a pair of pliers that I got on Amazon. They're from Germany. This a company Knipex in Germany. They're the pliers company. It's kind of funny. Germany has all these small, relatively small companies, because they're a big worldwide player in pliers. They're basically one of the biggest worldwide players. They get ripped off all the time, their designs and stuff. If you go to Lowe's or Home Depot, not as much Home Depot has the knockoffs as much, but Lowe's for sure. I see several different knockoffs. Klein has knockoffs of some pliers that Knipex has. Anyway, but the whole fucking company is probably 250 employees. It's not a really gigantic company. Anyway, the pliers were made in Germany, and I happened to get it from Amazon Germany because I don't know, they were I don't know, I found them cheaper than they were on Amazon. And I was like, as soon as I bought it, I was like, fuck, am I gonna have to pay like $30 in goddamn import taxes? No, thank fuck. Actually, Amazon may have already included those, so there may well have been tariffs included, but the final price ended up being it's a great price, honestly. I think it was like 15, $20 less than I would have gotten it on American Amazon. Yeah, I mean, there's really no second best. There's a couple other companies that are good. For example, Ireda. Well, Knipex doesn't really make adjustable pliers. The not adjustable pliers. The not slip wrench. What's the word I'm looking for? With the twisty wheel. There's a company in Spain called Ireda that makes really good ones. And then they get white labeled to a bunch of other companies. But And then I don't think they. No, no, no. I do have. I actually have a pair of Knipex locking pliers, and actually they're really good pliers. But anyway, long story short, almost everything they make is going to be best in class. There's a couple other companies that might have something a little bit better, but generally speaking, they're the best in class. Cheapest spray nozzle, it wasn't a brass twist nozzle, was 15 to 20 at the hardware store. Fuck me, Jesus H Christ, that's ridiculous. Yeah, it used to be those kinds of things were like $5, $6. It's absolutely nutty. Well, good luck, everybody. We're just going to be paying more for less, honestly. I seriously, I don't understand how people don't understand this. I was talking to somebody the other day, and evidently, what does she do? Acupuncturist, and I guess people just talk as she's fucking whacking them with the needles. I have to be honest, I'm not really a believer in acupuncture, but whatever. This person is a believer in acupuncture because she does it all the day for work, and apparently most of her customers are fucking MAGA heads, and they'll just be talking about ranting about immigrants. And when she said that, I was like, wow, that that is very like how do I put this? I don't know how to oversell this or undersell this while I describe the situation. It was a very profound realization for me how deep the paranoia and craziness and psychosis really is of some of these maggots. Um, they're ranting about immigrants while they're on the acupuncture table, like while they're supposed to be relaxing and whatever, you know what I mean? Like chilling out and whatever. They're talking about how bad immigrants are. Just like this is very revealing. But anyway, I don't know if anybody else kind of understands where I'm coming from with that. It's like, oh, you're getting a massage and you're sitting there talking about fucking MAGA shit. You're like, ah, immigrants and fentanyl and da da da. Like, there's a time and place, buddy. But I think all of
Who's
us
going
know
to
these
pick your
people.
fruit?
They've lost the mental filter. I don't know. There is an element, I think, of psychosis to this because they've lost their sense of propriety and place. You hear all the time about some, I don't know, it's oftentimes dad or grandpa or whatever. He at the birthday party, he starts ranting about politics in front of a bunch of kids. You're like, this is not the time. I mean, perhaps you would like to talk about politics and it's appropriate in some way, but not here, you know? But anyway, this is like, dude, you're getting a massage, you're getting a fucking acupuncture, and you're ranting about fucking whatever the shit. Like, oh my God. Anyway, where was I trying to say with that? Oh, that they think that these tariffs are going to make America just absolutely great again. They're talking about, oh, in just a couple of weeks, they're going to build factories here and there and da 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 da. And I'm like, do these people not know that tariffs are a tax increase? Like these are a tax increase. Like Bush Sr. lost his election because he said, "Read my lips, no new taxes," and then he had to raise taxes because Reagan blew a fucking hole in the federal budget. And he lost the election because of that, because people were like, what? He said he was not going to raise taxes. And now Trump single-handedly enacts one of the largest tax increases in American history. And everyone's like, oh, this is great. I love it. Super. Anyway,
Well, who's going to do like the manual work in this country? Because there's a lot of people that just don't want to work.
no, I don't think that's true. We have a 4% unemployment. Where do you come up with that, that there's a lot of people that don't want to work?
Oh, I
I hear
see
that all the
it.
time. Where do you come up with it?
I, I, I hear it from people.
For
They
example, who?
complain and
Do you
it's,
see gangs of men on the side of the road not working? I'm curious though, Captain, because it's a common trope. Who is out there not working?
well, my daughter for one. How's that?
Okay.
And she's living off the state. But that's just one.
I mean, there really
that
isn't a such
affects
thing
me
as
personally.
welfare anymore. So, I mean, like when you say living off the state, it's not like it was 30 years ago. It's been like 30 years since Clinton basically killed welfare. In certain circumstances, when you have like 8 children as a single mother, you might get some benefits like that, but it's not all that much, you know. So it's like these women that have 3 or 4 children, like they're not swimming in money. Like they're probably not doing that well, honestly. And if they had that many children just for the benefits, I feel sorry for everyone involved, to be perfectly frank with you. But I guess where I'm going to with that is like, it's not like even in the UK, I think they've had so-called benefits reform or whatever, but like they don't just hand out cash to people that have nothing to do. Like maybe during COVID a little bit, but this country doesn't give a shit. Like this country doesn't care about you at all. So like if you don't have money or whatever, this country doesn't throw money at you. This is not France or somewhere, you know. I don't know. Maybe there's some exceptions, but even California, like there's no. I mean, California does have definitely better welfare than other states, but there's no such thing as like, oh, they throw money at single men, for example. Single women, again, maybe, but that's very, very unlikely. It's a lot of times when you have a couple of kids, and it's really like the parental aid and da da da. And it's sad when parents that flat out, there are parents out there that abuse that money, 100%. There's no question about it. Is it the majority of them? No, I don't think so. But I really don't. I don't think it's true. I just don't think it's true that there's a lot of people out there scamming the American government for freeloading dollars. I don't think that exists in America. I think honestly that probably would be great if it did. You know, like with all the people that are going to lose their jobs from AI and stuff in the future, it would be cool if there was something that people could fucking so-called freeload. That would be a civilized society. But I don't think we have that. I think we're just going to have lots and lots and lots of people on the street. You hear this sometimes, VT growers saying, I want to work, but they hold me back, or he feels they hold me back. You do hear that. Sometimes people with medical issues and so on. VT Grow, by the way,
Yeah.
before I say something, he says, I went to acupuncture once. I asked the craziest thing she does, a young girl in her 20s. She says, a customer has ED. Now, that's actually common. I've heard that before. A customer has ED and she puts them in his taint. I guess that's the spot. I doubt that has any effect, so please don't assume from my show that Fumi's like, oh, Fumi's having a kind of dick acupuncture. No, but I have heard of it before. So I think people will try probably anything, I guess. So would you stick a fucking needle in your wing? I don't know. I don't know. To each their
Oh,
own. I guess if you
No.
believe in acupuncture, you know, a doctor friend of mine, we were talking shit, you know, I haven't met her for a long time. But anyway, I was kind of talking shit about acupuncture. I don't know how it came up in the conversation, but she's like, wait, 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 there's actually evidence behind it. Da, 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 da. So I was like, okay.
wait.
This is my friend that basically, like, I used to meet with her and kind of, she would help uh, 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 distill bullshit or something, you know, so stuff I would hear in the weed community. Oh, weed can cure your da da da, da whatever and I'd, you know, I'd ask, there's no evidence for this, there's no evidence for that, da 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 da. But then we were talking about acupuncture and, yeah. Red Setter Farm says there's close to 500,000 open manufacturing jobs. Bringing manufacturing here would be sweet, but that's a lot of jobs to currently fill before adding another million or two job openings. Uh, is there that many? And the other thing with manufacturing is that the U.S. is not going to become it's not going to be like the 50s where there's people swinging hammers. Like when they bring the factories back, they're going to be automated. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. People are just really delusional. I think basically most people are really, really poorly informed about everything. And I think that it just essentially has become a kind of blanket of, how do you even describe this? A blanket of intentional darkness. Maybe, I don't know, because they literally put their fucking head in the sand and pretend to be a fucking, I don't even know what, intelligent person. I'm mixing a lot of metaphors here, but it's really stunning to me. Like if it's a delightful goal to bring back manufacturing to America, but you'd have to plan that for years. And for example, Biden worked on it, Obama worked on and on, and the Republicans didn't work with them at all. The so-called CHIPS Act actually invested a bunch of money. Intel got a ton of money to fucking invest in new fabs and everything else. That shit takes years. And then when it does happen, the businesses are not fucktarded. Again, I'm trying not to say retarded. They're not fucking idiots, and they basically try to actually make money with their businesses. And so the most profitable way to do it is to automate a fucking warehouse. So you end up having an entire warehouse. Same thing with these data centers. Years ago, they were announcing all these deals. Oh, Facebook is putting a data center in Eastern Oregon. Google's putting a data center in Eastern Oregon. All the politicians were fucking sucking us all off with the great promise of amazing reward. Turns out, and anyone that ever knew anything about data centers was crying to the fucking moon about this. They were like, these places are going to have 4 employees when they're built. And sure enough, These gigantic fucking data centers that take up literally the size of 4 or 5 Walmarts or bigger than that. They'll have 4, 5, 6 employees total. You know what I mean? Around the clock. That's it. Maybe one security guard on shift because nobody gives a shit about the fucking data center.
Oh.
Well,
Oh,
before I came back, I was seeing houses that were being built, and usually you put a foundation in a house with block, and now they're just pouring the concrete like they do here in Thailand. So, all of a sudden you took away three bricklayers' jobs and two laborers' jobs, and you're
I'd like to
replacing it
read
by a
into this
machine.
statistic more at some point in the future, Red. He's saying that, yeah, he just looked it up, 500K according to Google. Um, I wonder if some of it is just the kind of phantom announcements because you hear about basically all the time from people that a lot of times they'll apply for jobs that obviously were internal hires, but they just posted it anyway, just to fucking pretend. And they had the candidate all along, da 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 da. Makes me wonder if it's that kind of thing. And also, so from time to time, I'll see really low wage. I guess you'd call them manufacturing jobs because they'll be like assembly or whatever, and they'll say seated assembly, but it'll be like $12 an hour or something, like way below what you would consider a manufacturing wage. And even actually these days, manufacturing wage is not really that high, to be perfectly honest. They start you at like 18, $20 an hour, maybe. It's really not that great of a job, to be honest. I don't know why everyone is kind of yelling about that kind of stuff. I don't know. Like I said, I think most people are really uninformed. I think that the reality is that most people, if you held a gun to their head, I guess that's a bad metaphor because maybe if you are that terrified, perhaps you wouldn't know anything. But if you, for $1 million, a lot of people wouldn't be able to find their own state on a map or a globe. And I'm not making that up actually, because it turns out that what is it, 25% of America, no, 20 or 30, it just came out the other day, 20 or 30% of Americans are essentially functionally illiterate because their reading level is below a second or third grade reading level, um, which is Susie saw a cat, the cat had a hat, that kind of level, literally. Uh, and geographical literacy famously has always been basically a super, super, super low. So people literally cannot find not to mention their hometown, but their state. Like if you spun a globe in front of them, uh, what is that? I don't even know. Even if you put them like a map of the U.S. in front, a lot of people wouldn't be able to find wherever the fuck they live, Nebraska or wherever the fuck. It's surprising to me that there are people like this, but actually that's the majority of people, and they vote, so that's great. Colgate says, I live in South Carolina, found a job. It's not far from Spartanburg. Isn't Spartanburg where all the manufacturer, I want to say what, BMW and
Moonshine!
yeah, I think there's a bunch of auto manufacturing plants there though.
There's shiners out there too.
Oh, I bet up in them hills.
Especially Josh out in Spartanburg.
Hmm.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. What terpene would you call, like, I have this hash here. It's what the hell is the name of it? Now hold on. It's Rolex hash. And it smells like whiskey. Like it smells like this Canadian whiskey that we have. That's what
Good
it's like.
question. Honestly, good question. That would be a great one. I would really like a whiskey weed. I guess I've had some stuff that tasted a little bit like that before. I remember one something reminded me of bourbon.
Yeah, that's what
Oh
Uh,
it smells
man.
like.
I don't know. I would guess a little bit of myrcene, that's for sure. Kind of earthy, whatever. But whiskey is a very complex thing too. That's one of the reasons why people pay lots of money for aged whiskeys. They have really, really complex flavors. Something that you don't really pick up most of the time when you first try a glass of whiskey. So it's the same kind of thing as weed. Like uh, you really have to become acclimated to it almost. This is something I rediscovered. I guess or maybe discovered for the first time because it'd been a long, long, long time since I ever was away from weed, honestly. So I was so used to it. I didn't know how it was for other people. And you hear from other people like, oh man, I don't get that from weed. I don't get those orange notes, or I don't get what it's just weed to me. You know, I hear all the time. You're like, oh, I just just tastes like weed. In fact, who was it? I'm forgetting who it was right now. But I had a breeder, like an actually a fairly well-known breeder, accomplished everything else. Actually makes his living at breeding and stuff, cannabis breeder, and basically kind of admitted on the show, he was like, "Oh, just weed just tastes like weed to me. It doesn't. I don't really get any flavors from it. It always tastes like weed." That's interesting, right? But when I came back from Israel, basically, I had had no weed at all, basically, for like 6 weeks. And I guess all the freaking endocannabinoid, whatever that my body doesn't produce was all, I guess, flushed out of my system. Because they say it takes what, 3, 4 weeks, I guess, to purge your system, basically. When I came back, I was able to try, and I saw in my jar, it was my fucking sour Morgana, and I'd smoked a joint literally from that jar right before I flew, like literally, like right. Well, we're not going to say where, just for legal reasons, because I don't remember if you could smoke at the airport. But anyway, what was I going to say? Right before I left, I smoked a joint of that, and then when I came back, that was the first joint I smelled, and it was. I swear to you, basically it tasted and smelled like. It reminded me of smoking a joint in Amsterdam once upon a time. It was just like weird foreign weed is how it tastes. Weird foreign weed. It's like literally, I remember thinking like, the fuck? I looked at the jar. I was like, what the fuck happened? I was like, this is not bad, but I was like, this is completely weird foreign. And it took like literally maybe a week, maybe 10 days before weed really started to taste like weed again. And it was really, and I guess in that case, when I started to actually be able to pick the flavors apart again, it was really, really odd. And I remember thinking, gosh, you must have to not only be habituated, but also almost chemically acclimated in the sense that I don't have any scientific basis for this. It's just my hypothesis here. Um, uh, Hypothesis is always the wrong word for that, but whatever. This is I'm surmising basically that your body has to essentially suck up some of those endocannabinoids before your body is able to actually start to taste things. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know what mechanism it would be there, but it was really fascinating to see that. Anyway, in a very minor way, that's the case with a lot of times with beer. A lot of times, first couple sips, people will have a beer. They hate it because it's bitter, and most beer is bitter. And how do I put this? Cheers, Bingus. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, I have just about run out. I might have to hit you up. Anyway, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, that it's bitter, such an unusual thing. Most things in our diets are not really that bitter. There's not all that many bitter vegetables that people eat on a daily basis. A lot of times when things are bitter, you end up cooking them so that they become less bitter. So the fact that we drink a bitter drink is kind of unusual, right? Well, people really, once they start to habituate to beer, they really love it. Most beer drinkers really genuinely love it, which is funny for people who don't like that flavor. They're like, why would you ever like beer? You habituate to it and you kind of tune out it, and people actually enjoy the bitter flavors in many cases. For example, IPAs, people really seek out the really especially bitter beers. How unusual, right? Um, Same thing with red wine, white wine, all that kind of stuff. I guess I'm babbling right now. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna fucking bounce. You guys are welcome to hop on here. Please do remember that this is my show. You're not welcome to talk shit about me. You're not welcome to talk shit about stuff that I do. Anybody that does I'm happy to ban. So if I hear about that, I'm perfectly happy that none of those guests will come back. If you act like a shithead in the chat, you are definitely going to be banned. I promise you 100%. But if you are cool, if you're chill, you'll be fine. You'll be totally fine. We'd love to hear from you in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Say hello, goof off in the chat. Tell us what you're puffing on. We got our good buddy Bingus in the chat right there. We just chatted with him on Tuesday on the bigger channel, by the way, Humidor and the Flavors. That was a super fun interview. Go check that out, guys. I will be hopefully posting the podcast versions of those here in the near future, but I just haven't yet. I've got Florinugs and Bingus coming up. I better hurry up because then I'm going to be a backlog. I got Miranda or All That's Green coming up, and eventually here Miranda Family Farms and Red Setter. So I better start posting those podcasts again. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, do hop on here. If nobody hops on in a while, I bet you D will just bounce. So, ladies and gentlemen, the show kind of depends on you. Cheers, boys and girls.
Later, Fumi. And like always,
Peace.
Fumi, thanks for putting this shit together, man. We all appreciate it. Well, a lot of us. The I forget the word I was looking for. Damn it.
Donors.
Anyway, we appreciate you, buddy. Cheers, everybody in chat. What's everybody in chat smoking on? Let us know. We're interested in knowing. I'm smoking on some Moroccan hash right now. Like I said, it smells like whiskey. It smells like Crown Royal. That's what it smells like. What are you smoking on, Captain? You're muted, by the way, if you're trying to chat. Talk.
Sour D. Sorry about that, D.
You're all good, man. Sour D, right on.
I yeah, when I got into Chiang Rai, I went to the shop and I opened up the cabinet and I went through 25 different strains. And
Mm-hmm.
that Snoop Dogg OG, which just happens to be a sour diesel cross, was the one that did it for me. So I ended up buying 100 grams of it.
Oh, nice. I'm smoking one of Snoop's strains right now as well. It is, let me find it. Sunset. I'm smoking Sunset right now. One of the strains I got by Snoop Dogg.
And I'm
Not grown.
smoking a joint in my hotel room.
Nice. I'm gonna roll some Snoop up right now with some Sunset. Dr. Leave Me Alone smoking Northern Lights number 10. And
There's a
Bingus
guy
is
that
smoking sugar cake crossed with double white cheese. That sounds crazy, Bingus. Sugar cake.
there's the guys on top of the roof that screwed up my hotel.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Ruh-roh.
I lost that room after that flood last night.
You're in a flood?
Well, it rained here, and when it
Yeah.
rains, it literally rains inches by the hour.
Yeah, I remember seeing your videos.
Yeah, well, I should have had one of yesterday. I've got a picture. You couldn't even see 300 feet down the road.
Wow.
Holy shit. I
Crazy.
mean, I watched this storm come in. It was really cool because it had lightning to it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of a sudden you just look down. I'm looking down the tracks, and it's like I can't even see that train, and it just pulled out. Holy
Mm-hmm.
shit, that's a wall of water coming at me.
Wow. It's a tsunami. Fuck.
But yeah, within like 30 minutes, thank God I was in my room when that rain came because I ended up putting a garbage can on the bed. I ended up putting it on the desk
Mm-hmm.
because they're repairing the roof here and they didn't caulk it and just,
Huh?
fill the cracks and seal it.
Oh, they didn't put the cock in the crack. I hate when that happens.
No. So there's water pouring out the fire alarm and everything.
Wow. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it was. I really liked that room.
Right
It
on.
was nice sitting out there.
Cheers, organic. Soul Organics.
You'll definitely see me again from that room.
Right on. Mm, shoot. Alright, back to rolling this joint. Let me talk. Hop on, guys. Come hang out with us. I'm going to be here for the next couple hours. So, about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 1, 2, that's 11 o'clock Pacific. And that would be 1 o'clock Thailand time. AM. Oh, no, PM. Sorry. 1 PM. Thailand.
But I'm so glad I was able to switch hotels.
Yeah, no doubt, Cap. I wouldn't want to stay there either if that bullshit was going on. Nice, Pingus. I like hard-boiled eggs. I gotta be careful. They make me have to be careful of dairy. I just can't sit down and eat like 6 eggs at once anymore. Half a dozen eggs. Mmm. Right on. Alright, I'm gonna roll this joint. And hopefully by then Mrs. D will be back. You know, she must have smelt it. Heard it being cut up. Cheers, chap.
This joint's pretty damn good. It tastes good this morning.
Right on. Yeah, I like this Snoop strain too. It's great. Arabic. And I also got a bunch of different hash. I placed an order yesterday for some hash. So I ordered a quarter of the Grey Goose hash, and I ordered a quarter of the what the hell is it called? This
The
other
one you
hash.
shared the other day?
Huh?
The one you shared the other day?
No, this was yesterday. A Rolex. A quarter of Rolex hard hash. And then a gram of import Arabic hash as well. It was like 13 bucks a gram. And then but they threw in like and then they threw in a free gram of this um what the hell was it now? Mazar hash, which is the most expensive stuff. And then they also threw in another free gram of their $10 mixed hash, which is like be any kind of their hash thrown into a bag. I got a free one of them too. So I made it pretty good.
I remember going to Amsterdam and getting a Mazar.
Yeah. Mazar?
Yeah, Mazar.
Right on. Hold on, let me see if I can add you.
Sharif Mazar.
That's it. That's the one. That's one of the strains I have, Captain Mazar. Sure. Yeah. Exactly. What the hell is this?
I
Oh.
consider that one of the art strains.
Mhm.
I use it in my breeding.
Right on. I can't.
That's one of my males that I keep around.
Right on. Later, Vengus. Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out in the chat.
I got some Ortega
Oh, nice.
from Mandela Seeds back in the early 2000s. We
Oh,
bought those.
right on. Ortega's good.
Really like to talk to Jim Ortega.
Mm-hmm. 10.5 then, Agnes? No, it's good, Agnes. It's not an 11, don't worry. It's a 10. 9.5, 10. It's really good, Agnes. I'm not messing with you. I really like your hash. You make. This last stuff you sent was really good. That other flower was an 11, though. Oh, Johnny Five. Hello, Johnny Five. Oh, trying to get this joint rolled. Cheers, Deadfish fan. Yeah,
Oh
Deadfish
shit.
fan's huge. in the all that. Do you like cold glaze? Do you like the dead as well? Might be a silly question to a lot of people, especially dead fans.
Chats.
What, Captain?
X Farm Group. No, I just got a text through the farm group. Someone just harvested
Nice.
$1,000 a kilo.
Holy shit, man, that's a good deal. Shit. D Zombie, P.O. Box. I'll take a
ML
couple kilos.
Peachy
Couple kilos.
right there. You
Oh,
can
right on.
buy that. And then there's Devil's Den.
Dude, it sounds deadly. Right on.
Those are $1,000 a kilo. 1,000 US here in Thailand.
What about, is there any tariff on that?
No,
Okay.
there's not even any tax on that because Thailand didn't set it up right.
Good.
And there's no like excise tax on cannabis here.
That's cool. Ours is up the ass. Our legal market.
Well, when they did everything in Thailand, they didn't pass any type of taxes like that. So it's just if you pay taxes, you just pay the regular VAT,
Hmm.
and that's it.
Right on.
But see, here in Thailand, if you're a normal person, a regular person that, likes to puff weed and you don't want to go to dispensaries,
This
you
guy
can
right
get
here.
like the groups that I'm on online that it's just for farmers.
Hmm.
Well, it's for shop owners, but you can get it. And hey, if you order 100 grams at a time, they'll ship it to you.
Hmm.
In the beginning, when the packages were going out that were really light and big, oh man, they were disappearing all the time. But
Man,
now that the prices dropped, nah, you can send 50 grams, 100 grams, no problem.
fuck off. Fucking thing. Right on. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Trying to copy the. There we go. Copy link. Hopefully this works. Oh, what the hell is all this? Alright, hold on. That's definitely not the link. Yeah, that's cool, man. If I'd do $1,000, I'd get one of those myself, actually.
That's it works out to be like what, $460, $470 a pound, a
Yeah,
US pound.
yeah, that's crazy. Hopefully that works, guys. There's the link if you guys want to come and hang out with me and Captain. Come on and hang out.
I mean, a sour diesel cost me about $1 a gram.
That's fucking wild, dude.
Yeah.
Mrs. D would be all over that like a fat kid on a Smartie. Those prices. Well, I would be too.
Yeah, when I seen the list, it was like, okay, I'll take 100 grams.
Yeah, man, no doubt.
Of course, I threw that music show and shit. I took a handful out there and just put it in a bowl.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, Wait, what was it? 1,000 for what? A pound? Kilo?
Yeah, 2.2 pounds.
2.2 pounds for $1,000 for a kilo.
Of what?
Cannabis. Yeah, that's crazy, eh?
And there's a long list of strains you can just pick from.
Yo, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I
What's
like a lot of
sweeter is a lot of them are organic.
Hey, U.S. Yeah, okay. Agnes, that's funny.
Because I really have a problem with a lot of weed here in Thailand. It's grown with Athena.
Well, yeah, Athena's no good. No
I
bueno.
when you run it at 1,500 parts per million, EC of 3, I can taste it in the flower.
Hmm.
It's like Fox Farm. If you use Tiger Bloom, I can taste that
Ugh.
in flower.
Yeah, Fox Farm. Yeah, Fox Farm, no. No bueno either.
Fox Farm was fine for me.
Whoa, there we go.
Then I just found a cheaper solution.
Hmm. But in Thailand.
Here in Thailand, I go to the market on Friday and Saturday nights and buy my nutrients off the people that set up.
Yeah.
Pick out your color. Do you want red? Do you want yellow?
Hmm. What?
They're all FPJ.
Okay. Crazy Dead Fish fan. Yeah. No yellow or gray. Green.
It was nice watching the lady plant all the vegetables in her garden.
Yeah. Right on.
Well, she had an older banana tree or banana tree that had fallen over, and she was using the top of it because it was not dried out yet. And I'm sitting there watching her cut it up and put it into the ground as she's planting her plants,
Yeah.
transplanting them into the ground from the smaller pots or bigger pots, I should say, but a big pot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Lots of
But,
nutrients.
yeah, this old lady's, adding potassium and
Yeah, that's
she
it.
just knows to do it. She doesn't understand potassium.
Hmm.
But hey, if I take part of the banana tree and I put it underneath the root ball,
Hmm.
it helps out my plant in a couple months.
Yeah. For sure. Adding lots of nutrients.
So she grew mushroom indoor, and then she had that open field next door. Well, not open, vacant lot, we'll call it.
Hmm. It's
There's
turned
probably a quarter acre.
what mushroom farm?
No, the lot next to the
Oh,
apartment.
yeah, yeah.
One of the city workers even came and grabbed a big plastic bag of dirt from her because I'd sit out on the balcony and I'd watch her daughter dump the trays of mushroom
Hey, hey,
over
hey.
the wall. And I'm like, wait a second. And then I realized that, okay, that's her daughter and she's feeding her mom's garden with the mushroom compost.
That's cool.
Well, it's just really cool to see, those practices used and basically, northern Thailand by an old lady, and it's just common practices to use the mushroom compost and the banana tree and shit like that. It's nice to see it in motion.
Yeah. Shit marsh, Randy. That's funny,
You
Jessica.
know,
Shit marsh. Yeah.
especially when you're talking to somebody that, like us, we grow cannabis. Okay, we do a lot of reading. We read books, we watch shows. They don't do any of that. That's just the things that they've been taught.
Mhm. Exactly.
Me, go ask my daughter, hey, what would a banana tree help with plants? And she couldn't tell you.
Uh-huh.
But you got this 60-year-old lady out there in her garden in northern Thailand adding or banana tree because she knows it has potassium.
Fucking damn thing. There we go.
Got high as fuck.
My hash smells like whiskey. Well, this hash smells like whiskey, Captain.
Yeah, I'd really like to try that. You said it smells like Crown Royal.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like it, but it smells like it.
Get a little bit of cranberry juice and we can have a party.
Uh-huh.
I like Barney's cranberry juice and Crown Royal.
Yeah, I don't drink Crown anymore. Well, I don't drink any at all anyways, but yeah. I drank it once too much. I drank it too much one night. And that was the end of that.
Yeah, people do that with tequila and vodka.
Yeah, I did that with tequila, and I just can't drink vodka because it makes me mean. Wants to fight.
Does that to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why I don't drink vodka.
I won't go out with a Thai girl that drinks whiskey.
I want to try some shine though, some good shine.
Some really good shine. It
Some
was
good old Mountain Dew.
136 proof.
What's that, Captain? Sorry.
136 proof and aged in an oak barrel.
Mm. Right on.
It was
Sounds good.
extremely tasty. It had a It was it was deadly. It was
Yeah. What was
smooth
it?
and it had a kick.
Was it corn? Was it what grain was it?
It was corn.
Right on. Some good old Mountain Dew.
But then you put it in that little 5 gallon oak barrel,
Yeah. You're at that age. Woo!
pick up the
Very different.
tannins. It melded right out.
Yeah, gets that caramels and the yolkiness and all that. Mm. And vanilla flavor sometimes too.
I like my whiskey mellow.
Mhm.
That's why I like bourbon and aged bourbon.
Mhm.
Of course, I sit there and mix it with Pepsi, but that's all right.
Oh,
Man, it's so nice to be able to sit here in this room and just have a cigarette after a joint.
right on. I guess I'm gonna grind up some of this whiskey friggin' hash. Rolex hash. That's what this is. That's right, Smoky Mountain Gin. Jig. The fighting kind, the loving kind. Yeah, man.
I find girls here when they drink whiskey, you have a bigger chance of running across one that's bipolar.
Oh shit, eh?
Yeah.
Not crazy. Literally.
But when I first came to Thailand, it was like, hey, you got to watch out for some of the women because they'll just stab you. Well, now I understand why because of the alcohol,
Yeah.
the hard alcohol. Because I've been out with girls, you know, that just drink beer and then all of a sudden they drink alcohol and it's just like flipping a switch.
Yeah. That's it.
You're not a happy drunk anymore. On beer, you're a happy drunk, but on whiskey, you're mean as fuck.
Mezcal. Yeah. A little cola bottle. That's crazy, Agnes. Good old Mountain Dew. That's right. Moonshine! White lightning.
A little bit of corn, a lot of sugar, and then a little bit of yeast after about 6, 7 days.
Mmm. Yeah. I'd like to find me some moonshine. I've never tried shine before. It's interesting.
Should try distilling it. You can distill small batches in Canada, can't you? Because they just kind of legalized that here in the States that you could distill small batches. We're
Depending
not
on home.
talking, big stills.
Yeah, no, yeah, depend. It's home. Yeah, the home distillation bill, and that's in some states. It's not in all of them yet. Um, yeah, but I, knowing me, I don't want to blow myself up. That'd be my luck.
You got pressure release valves now.
Yeah. Thank you. Smoke some more hash. Some Rolex.
Shit, you don't even need to have copper except for in the transfer of it.
Well, yeah, you should have some copper on it though, Captain, because that takes out
It-
the
It's in
impurities.
the poisons. Yeah, bad shit.
And then you let the heads drain out first. First little bit.
I know some people that keep part of the heads.
Hmm.
Some of these guys are just plain out geniuses when it comes to alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
You know, they know it like we know cannabis.
Exactly. I've seen a still. I've seen a 3-pot still that converges into one sump arm that goes to the coil, and then all the three different whatever you're brewing in their different pots, they all mix together then, and then they come out the
Yep.
room.
You can add fruit to that thumper.
Yep, anything pretty much.
So if you use sugar and peaches,
Hmm.
then you make brandy.
That's right. What? Yes, you. That's crazy, Agnes. He watched the World Cup in Mexico out of an old boat or something.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I turned down the main street, the big main street in Amsterdam coming out of the Centrum and turned right around and headed back into the Centrum because the World Cup had let out there one year.
Oh shit, eh?
Yeah, it was just a wall of people. And we're talking like 10 lanes each way wide.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I'd go back in too. Too many people for me.
Yeah, I went and hid in the city. Let that crowd disperse.
Oh,
Queen's Day in
dead fish.
Amsterdam is really fun, or it was.
Yeah. Right on, Deadfish fan. Deadfish fan says one of his clients gives him shine for a hotel room. He brings from
Yeah,
Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I see him 4 times a year. That's pretty cool, man. That's a good deal.
you just got to come like 3.5 hours south, and we'll hook you up in Cleveland. I ain't moving it across state lines. Fuck that.
Yeah.
We don't do anything more anymore that gets us in trouble like that.
Yeah. I wonder if you get any of that Mark and Diggers moonshine. Deadfish. From Tennessee. They're from Tennessee. That's cool.
Surprised he doesn't get
Deadfish.
it from somewhere in North Carolina.
Yeah. Deadfish, what kind of shine is it? Is it like just corn? Is it like the Captain's peach brandy, like a brandy or potato
You can add
vodka?
barley to it. You can add everything to it.
Yeah, man.
Gives it a different taste.
Really? Are you serious, Agnes? He makes a green toilet pruno. Never heard of toilet pruno. That sounds pretty nasty to me.
Prison wine.
Oh, that's probably why I never heard of it before. I've never been to prison. That's fucking gross. And you make it in the toilet or in a container? Separate container.
Well, the toilet, if you make it 40 years ago, but you know, that's where the water's at.
Oh,
And you've got air pumped in there.
that's gross. Oh, diapers. Corn with apple. Peach is my favorite. Fruit on the. Oh, that's pretty cool. Fruit on the bottom of the jar. So you get the bonus. Here you go. Dude, that's pretty cool, Deathfish fan. You got a good deal. You get a good deal, bud. Corn with
It's
apple.
actually
Hmm. Sorry,
that
Cap.
market's taking a hit too. That TV show, The Moonshiners, that actually got a lot more people into like making it.
Yeah. Well, no doubt.
And then the high price,
Yeah.
because big business destroyed the fucking cannabis market.
Good day.
I'd
Yeah.
love to get 4,800 a pound now.
I'd be happy with 1,000 a kilo.
Well, yeah, you're buying it and I'm selling it, so I'd much rather go back to 4,800 a pound.
Yeah.
And no bud and say, okay, bud, let's sit down and talk. How much a pound?
Yeah.
You've got the lights and I've got the clientele.
Yeah, man.
Man, that was a simple life back then.
Mm,
You didn't have to worry about anything. The only thing you had to do was harvest. And once you harvest and then told all your friends, your weed was gone. You couldn't produce enough.
yeah, man. Yeah, 3,600, Jeff. But I want Captain's connection.
Come
So
on over. I'll give you my price.
I, mm, well, there's Bud
I
Kilowatt. Plug him in.
I smoked a joint of it with a guy from Kentucky that's growing mushrooms up in Chiang Rai.
Oh shit, eh?
And halfway through the joint, he looked at me and he said, "How much was that?" And I said, 75 baht a gram
Here.
is what I paid. And he says, I'll
Mm.
take 30 grams of that.
No doubt. Fuck, I can't
Hey,
spell.
bud.
Hey, bud. I can't spell. I think I spelled that right. Yeah. There we go.
I'll be back home Tuesday night.
Uh huh. Nice.
About a week after I get home, I got to go up to Michigan.
Uh huh. No, it wasn't an insult. I'm not gonna do that, Kag. That means I have to go over there.
So I've offered you to come to two different countries and I'd help you out. Come down to Cleveland, we'll get you some sipping whiskey.
Good old Mountain Dew.
And it just, oh, there we go. Figured it out.
There's Bud.
Yeah, I'm driving. Oh, seatbelt. Hold on. So what's happening? What I missed? I've been I don't know what I've been doing. I've never in the coast. We were watching surf videos. Live to work.
You watching the big waves?
Nah, Gary, like that they call free surfers, like this dudes are so fucking insane. This guy named Gary Bryant from Australia. Fuck, this guy's just insane. Uh yeah, I'm on I'm like going to work and then I'm working pretty much all night, and then I'm leaving in the morning to go to Vegas for the spear. And then I come back, and then there's Warren Haynes on Wednesday, and then Billy and Willie and Bob Dylan on Thursday. So in like the next 4 days, 3 shows. And I had no intention of going to the Spear. The next weekend's the end. And then I guess it was last night, yesterday afternoon, I get a text. If I have a couple thousand people that follow me on IG, I only know a handful of them. That I don't follow this guy back. I didn't even recognize his screen name, and it said, "Oh, hey, my back is out, and I'm not going to be able to make it to the show. I got 2 tickets for Sunday night. I could transfer them to you. Are you into it?" And I didn't hesitate because
Being
I'm a
gone.
deadhead since I said, "Yeah." Well, I have Trimmer supposed to start tomorrow. I have like a whole just to be able to be together to go to the couple shows on Wednesday, pay the bills and things like it's crunch time. It's not the time for. I definitely wouldn't have like picked this week to ever go to the Spear. This is one of the times when but
But
I woke up this
free
morning
ticket.
and had to realize not one, two. So then, this is when I realized I'm different than a lot of my other deadhead friends. I spend hours. I Robbie, I call Gary, I call Lindsay, I call all these people. Yeah, yeah. You want to come? We got free tickets. Let's go. And they all were like, "What do you think about?" Well, and then got back to me. Oh no, I'll pass. And I already know they don't have half of what's on their plate as I do. Uh, no, fuck that. I looked at it as my destiny because I wish I had gone. I wish I was there every night. I just don't have the money and I have too many responsibilities. And so I was this run of shows, which you never know, could be their last. Their fucking
Last.
musicians are 80 years old. You never know what's going to happen. Uh, so, all right. So then that's where I'm at. And now I'm headed to do all this work and make fresh water. If I water everything, make water tonight, then it'll be good through like Thursday
I gotta make
and the
water,
trim
Miss Daisy.
and then the trimmers are coming uh, tomorrow and the next day. And then the one is the main one, Lindsay. Then she's like, I didn't think she was going to say yes. One, Fletcher pays her $200 a pound in expenses to go to up north. She trims for him all the time. She's leaving Wednesday for a week up there, working up there. $200 a pound. I was like, because I paid my other trimmer only $100 a pound. So I offered her, I already knew. I offered her 125, and she's like, no, but for 150, I'll do you a favor. And I'll come in and I can work tomorrow and Monday. And yeah, it's like she'll knock it out because it's like 15 pounds to get trimmed and sold, then all mixed. So yeah, life is good though.
Well, she's only got the small room to do that.
No, it's like, no, it's at least 15. Well, I don't expect her to get them all done in those 2 days. She'll probably do like three. She get 3 a day. Bottom line, she at 150, she'll get 3 a day. Next to a person at 100, will get 2 a day. You get what I mean? Like now, he couldn't go any
Yeah.
faster. He couldn't go any faster than that, and that's fine. Because like my other trimmers and these other girls and so no, that thing made a right turn or left turn along the way. So yeah, but it's all good. Like now that it's
Yeah, it
like my
sucks.
whole thing and managing it, oh yeah. Now I'm responsible for every fucking thing, and that's what I enjoyed the last year and a half. Like not being responsible. Like my partner ran the thing. I didn't. Now since 2 months, I'm back to that. Which guess what? That's the work. The growing and the plants. That's not work. That's enjoyment. That's life. But everything past that, people, managing people, finances, that's the work. I don't like that part.
I like having one person that takes it all.
Well, that part, but still, you got to know when to pay the money. Then you got to this. You got to pay people. You got to keep track of expenses. You got to, all that stuff. Like money part. Like I've been in like probably a year and a half. No, at least no, a year and a half since I lost my other house. I've enjoyed like I don't think about money at all. I mean, I have money. I'm not like, but I don't like go to sleep going, oh, I owe the power company, 4,200 bucks Monday. Oh, I, I also got to do this. And, oh, I need money this, and oh, I got to pay this person. And, I haven't had to deal with that. Hey, I dealt with that for fucking 30 years. So it's been like a reprieve. I stayed in the game, but I was like on a vacation from the business part. And then a couple months ago, things changed, and now, yeah, no more partners. This is my thing.
Well, at least you
It's
got
weird how that
something.
thing works. Well, yeah, well, that's because of my tenacity. Like, because it's really not that profitable, because even though we grow all this weed, because of the business,
It gives you
but
something to do.
like why I inherited is basically my partner. They were over it. They didn't try to. They just here. You want to keep it going? Okay, it's yours. Now, they don't need. They have inherited, so like, they don't even want the responsibility, or like they're just over it.
Well,
So,
you're the true grower and you'll
well,
keep
that's
growing.
it.
And
But like, like I say, I would rather just be a grower. Like that's what I do, and not have to deal with all the other stuff.
yeah,
Like be just a
but
hermit in
really,
the garden. I don't like the customer and this and that. I don't like them. I mean, I did all that shit forever. I don't like it. I don't like it.
well, you're back to one person, aren't you? Taking it.
Doing what?
You're back to one person taking the harvest, right?
Yeah, I mean that's not right. Well, no, I mean I have like twenty
A
five
couple
percent.
people you take care of.
Well, I have my regular people. The last couple of times that guy bought all so fast, and then people that just have always called me up. Yeah, like you always had. Then no, I didn't have. So then, like now I have to manage that and go, oh, because it's not like you know they call me when they're out of weed. I don't know what that is. This guy wants to
Huh?
know when can he pick up everything, and so okay, I want all the money. Like it's that and keeping stuff, and I don't remember who's who, like when they got it last, when they're gonna need it next. but that's substantial, and that's at like not that higher price, but a higher price because they're buying smaller amounts. They get a good number, but oh, it's you know, they, my some like, the other guy pays like pound price, 10 pound price, it's a different number. So I needed to have money. You need to have that higher number. The wholesale market, yeah, that's why people are got out of the game. It barely covers the bills.
Well, I was talking earlier, you can buy a kilo here for $1,000 US.
Yeah, quality.
Quality's really good.
I mean, I sell pound like the guy basically buys 10 pounds or more the cycle month. That his price is 11.50. Now, when I sell quarter pound here and an ounce here and this there, it's average around 18 to $2,000 a pound.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you got to manage that. That's what I'm saying. I got to manage that. The last couple cycles, oh no, some of it was I needed the money. So of course I let the guy pay me 11.50 because I had this bill, the other deal. Couldn't like say, oh, you keep a pound or two for the next 3 or 4 weeks until the next harvest. And yeah, sure enough, I was telling people that are just used to, yeah, sure, come on by. But, oh no, I don't have anything for a couple of weeks. I could get something from one of my other friends. That doesn't help me out either.
And if you don't help those people out, they may not call you next week or 2 weeks
Well,
down the
I mean,
road.
a lot of them are like, when I think about 20-year, some of them have never bought weed or smoked weed from anybody but what I've from through 215, through rag, through everything. Like a couple of them, like they've never tried anything but shit that I brought them. Like loyalty, like yeah, some people you like a store, you like a brand. Guess what? You're loyal to them for your whole life, right? It's no different with being pro. Now. There's a lot of people that they're not brand loyalists. There's people that are. So if they're happy with your biz and you take care of them good, and then
Yeah.
no reason for them to want to go fucking anywhere else or need to. I mean, that's
That's
most people have their like dealer. They don't like have. They might have a dealer for this, a dealer for that, but yeah, they usually just they might have a backup in case but I usually make no backup.
and you're
But
probably smoking a joint with those people too when they come over. So you're socializing.
no, yeah, no, they're like friends. They're like long-term
Yeah.
relationships too.
Yeah.
No, yeah, no, and yeah, it's like I'm a giver, so they like a lot of times. Oh, they get this and that, and then I show up, or they show up, and I throw in this or that. You never know when, but that's that. Hey, that's how you get loyalty.
Yeah.
It's like things like that are a two-way street. Yeah, some people
Random
don't understand that,
random
right?
acts of kindness.
Yeah, the fact that I can leave and leave all this trimming and the people. Lindsay's worked for me 15 years. Jesse, it's almost as long. Uh, yeah, I don't have to worry that they're gonna steal anything or anything. You know what I mean? I don't have to. Hey, there was cameras. We had all these cameras and the thing when I took it over. I unplugged them all. I didn't even want to download the app. What is that going to do? That means I have to spend time looking at fucking like every thing. Like, why would I do that? Like, once you start thinking that way, then you perpetuate that energy into it.
Yeah. And you're
Like
there
I
basically by
said this to my,
yourself.
my partners and stuff, where it's like I've said this to news people, like how much is trust worth? And most people like
Everything.
don't have an answer. No, it's priceless. Like that's what it really is, you know.
Yep.
So like, you know, and so like even like the guy he's deaf that is like he kind of works in the he works around all the different buildings in the warehouse complex. Way before I was there, Poppy. No, he's like he takes out our trash. Like he has a truck, loads up all the bags like once a month or something. The hot trash. And like when I took over, I didn't know because Gary took care of that. I didn't know what to pay him, and then I gave him like $50 and some weed, and then I said, "Oh, what they used to pay?" He said, "Oh, they just give me like 25." And I was like, "Yeah." Like, wait, like, so you have to trust this guy. He knows what you're doing. He comes in, he sees, you know what I mean? He's looking out for you. In this, there's feral cats in the complex, and he's the guy that for years feeds them, takes care of them. And it's hard to talk to because he like it's deaf. It has that I don't even know how to describe it. Like, oh, I can barely understand it, but somehow we communicate.
And you take care of them.
Yeah, so but that's like you know, I have a different feeling about like people's worth and value. I don't try to like nickel them for I'm a buck richer. No fucking way. And over time, that is paid off in the relationships I built in that and the back and forth of it all. That's my lessons. But I see a lot of people, it's just different. You know, they're like a nickel and dime or trying to put as much money in their own pocket. I get that. A lot of my friends and best part people are that way. Fine and dandy. I don't hate on them.
I employed a good friend of mine for a while.
Well,
That worked
everybody,
out great.
you know, everybody, if you're not like one, see, everybody's a deadhead. Everyone's a total fucking stoner. Like, you're not even in my circle. Like, I don't know anybody but those people.
It's nice to have a helper 4 days a week.
Well, I'd like a helper 5 days a week, like I used to have, but like I can't like the numbers in the business I can't afford that. Like in the end, when I look at the numbers, it's like, oh well, if you would have just worked, did the shit, I can do the shit myself. That's what I did for a lot of years. Um, I would have had this amount of money in my pocket. Where okay, so now I do the work more than I used to, I used to I need to set plants, I need to foliate, I need trimming, I need this, I need that. You know, I managed workers.
So you know, hot dog over
My
here.
friend, my friend was so good I didn't have to manage him. I paid him $12.50 an hour in 2004 and five to help me.
Well, yeah, well, that's the other thing. It used to be 10, 12, $15 an hour. Now it's like 20's low out here, 25. Fast food places pay over 20. So if you're offering them 20, you're basically saying, yeah, you could go flip burgers or be a greeter at Walmart for 22. So it's 25. And well, yeah. Next thing you know, project here or there adds up to, money fast. And the money of the value of your product shrunk at the same time that amount. So it's a squeeze. You have to love it to keep doing it. Like love the plant and the weed and all that. Otherwise, you know, you're out.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen. I've had all Adam, yeah, even how everybody. Like once there wasn't any like real profits, oh, they were over it. I don't think no. Like that'll be the saddest day. Then like, oh well, I can't like spend whatever money I have to grow weed for people, right? When the value goes to that point, you just like at least I make a
You
living.
know,
I survive. Not like I used to. I don't have fucking pocketfuls of money, and I'm like basically poor. But I'm happier poor than when I had all that money. I'd be honest.
yeah, life's a lot simpler, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, I don't know. I already been there, done that. Had all this. Had the truck. Had a car. Had multiple places. Had everything I ever heart's desired. So and to have all that shit, yeah, there was stress, work, issues. I I think stress is like what kills people. That's what gives you
Yeah.
diseases. That's all that shit. And so I try to like live without all that, and that means you got to detach from some things like money and the pursuit of money and the pursuit of whatever the prestige, whatever it is.
Pick up and move to Chiang Rai, Thailand.
Well, yeah, that seems like why people move there. It's like the vibe, you know what I mean? Like live a slow pace, more of a slow paced life
Yeah, with
without
like
like,
1980 prices.
well, less stress and all that. Where current life in the United States, fuck, it's pretty fucking hardcore, man.
Yeah, we're
But
going to
as
be
far as
changing the channel when my dad gets home finally from the hospital on the TV. We're going to take it off the news channels. We're going to start putting it on channels with big, furry, fluffy animals.
there you go.
I mean, when you retire, you shouldn't really have to worry about things that are political. You should worry about things that make you happy. Take that stress out of your life. That's why you retire, right? Bud takes on an operation because it gives him something to do. And it makes him feel good growing plants. Should make everybody feel good. I'm happier in my garden. Plants may piss me off at times, but I'm happier.
Oh, I'm watching the wrong screen. I'm watching the playback. Yeah. You mean vibrator, Agnes, not dildo. Vibrator. It's you again. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. Agnes Beckett, Cold Gaze. Who else is here? Uh-oh, my mouse. Oh, there we go. Operation Annihilation. Jeff. G'day, Jeff from down under. Johnny 5, J5 in the house. Dead Fish fan. Ty Grows. Justin Bean. Martial artist. I think I got everybody. Oh, Soul Organics. Red Setter Farms. Bingus, well, he's gone. But what up, Bingus? Again. Dead Fish fan. Southern VT. And Dr. Leave Me Alone. And I think that's it. Humidor and the flavors. Hardcore. What's going on, softcore? Uh-oh, there's a kitty behind me. Hello, kitty. Where'd you go? Oh, what the? Oh. He was on top of your chair. Tricky. Wrong cat. Cheers, everybody in chat. Anyways, what's everybody smoking on? We just lost Bud. Let us know.
I got really high off that joint this morning.
Right on. I'm smoking some hash still. I'm not. I always forget the name of this damn hash. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Rolex. I'm smoking some Rolex hash. Yeah, man. Oh, I got Moroccan. Yeah, Rolex. That's right. It's Morocco. Hype. Where the fuck? Oh, it's over here. I'm gonna
Wait,
smoke
you're saying the Rolex, the hash is from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Okay, because there is a strain called Rolex.
That's. Well, I got some Canadian Goose as well, Agnes. Don't worry. Welcome back, bud.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Potter.
I had to switch up phones and change to headphones and shit.
Cool.
All right, what do I got?
Fuck off. Move. Rename. Whoops.
I went out to eat about a few hours ago. Me and Gary tried this new place. It was called the Dumpling Bar,
Oh yeah.
and it was really good. We ordered all this stuff, different, plenty of food. Like it wasn't like I left there. I was satisfied. But it's only like 3, 4 hours later. It was all like, oh, it was dim sum. It was like little shit. Like, oh, six. It was like each thing we ordered came like 6 or 8 or pieces. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But like I'm fucking hungry as hell already. I'm making a lox and bagel right now because I stopped at Trader Joe's and got the good lox I like.
Oh no
And
way. You like lox?
oh, I love lox and bagels. My favorite food. My favorite food.
You're not a nebbish, are you?
No, I mean, I, as a kid, my mom used to like certain weekends would go to Western Bagel and then to the Jewish Deli and all the right spots and get lox and bagel.
Right on.
And uh
I
fucking
get
now
you.
I don't eat any other fish. I don't eat fish at all.
Not even
Right?
gefilte?
No, I don't like fish at all. But I love lox. So like it makes no sense, but no, when I said the good lox, the thing is lox that's good doesn't even taste fishy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that shit's expensive, and that's not what they sell in the little 4 ounce packages. You have to go to like a good Jewish deli, and that shit's like fucking whatever per pound. It's expensive as shit. But that's like the lox is like just melts in your mouth. Like no fish taste. Like I don't like fish taste. I don't like fishy.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, fucking, where'd my lighter go now? I'll have to get another one out.
I like Trader Joe's, but I don't get there that often. And I went there today. I got some of my favorite things at Trader Joe's. Lox. Uh, they sell these ones now. I won't be able to bake them till tomorrow. They're frozen, but they're like almond croissants or chocolate croissants.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason, like, oh, you have to put them out on a pan 12 hours because they come as this little thing. But by the time you bake them, the yeast rises or whatever, and they're like as good as any bakery's croissant I've ever had in my life because it's like a real croissant. It's all flaky and buttery and stuff. But yeah, you have to like, you can't just pull them out and cook them. You have to like leave them out for 12 hours and then they like blow up. Like this
Mm-hmm.
little thing turns into this big old puff pastry. But that's why it's so good because it's like actually like puff pastry, not some concoction they cooked up.
Right on.
Yeah, Trader Joe's. I don't know, but
We don't
they
have Trader
one of
Joe's here.
these things right here, chocolate croissant. Like I say, they'll be like, I got to put them out in the pan tonight because I'm gonna have them tomorrow morning. They're these little things, but then by the time you bake them, they blow up to this big old thing. And then when they bake, they get smaller because of flakiness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They that's
Right
how they
on.
make them. In a bakery, they don't. How you get the croissant thing? You don't just mix it up and throw it in the fucking oven.
Mm-mm.
You have to let the yeast or whatever rise. You know what I mean?
Yep. And you gotta proof it and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Here, Mrs. D. Hi, kitty.
Mm. Like I say, I love lox and bagel.
I got chips I'm gonna have, I think.
I
I got some
went for
bacon chips.
breakfast this morning, and they weren't open.
Hi, Hardcore. How come?
Sunday morning. Guess no one. Well, it's a bar.
Hey. Hey, Cunningham.
That's why it is a bar, and alcohol is not sold today and tomorrow. We have holidays, or today it's not sold. I'm sorry. It's Buddha Day.
That's the day you smoke a lot of Buddha.
Yeah, there's no alcohol.
See what I did there, guys?
Well, back in the Thai days, they used to call it Buddha Thai or Buddha Thai steak and shit. That was just like a name of Thai weed. I don't know. I
Back
remember
in
that
my
now.
day, we used to have sandwiches.
Buddha Thai.
Sometimes we put cheese
I've
on.
got Golden Buddha.
Hey,
That's high in THCV.
right on. I'm gonna roll another joint up in a second.
I'm just making some
It's
coffee now.
There goes the train. Just do it. The Nike swoosh.
27 hours on a plane or in an airport.
Miranda, come lie with us, dude.
Wish I'd get direct flight.
Yeah. Alright, time to roll a joint.
Wish air travel is like sped up like everything else, and we have Concords that just take like, you know, 18-hour trips in 3 hours, 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Come again. Come back again.
Concord, I thought they stopped those planes. They don't
They
fly.
did.
They got them back going.
No, I
Oh,
wish they, technology had advanced that much in air travel where,
I think it
we could
would.
literally get.
Like tractors are going like 300 miles. And I mean, everything else, but then airlines are pretty much we've been the same. Even though I think they could make faster ones.
And they make faster ones. They can make ones that go higher. And when you go higher, you go a lot faster.
Yeah.
I think they did a strato from like New York to London, and it was like 3 hours,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a third of the time. It'd be nice to take that 26, 27 hours and cut it down to like 7, 8, even 10 hours. I remember flying out of Newark to go into Amsterdam in the 90s. The international part was off to one side, and you could just go out through the security checkpoint right there to the employee parking lot, smoke a joint, come back through security.
Hang on.
Yeah, one time I went out and there was some shit going out in the parking lot, and cops were there, and I couldn't smoke my joint. Ended up taking it into Amsterdam.
Mm. Here's Jeff. Let Dr. DGC Jeff in. What's going on,
Yeah,
Jeff?
one more Saturday night
One more time.
and good weekend to all you mothers out there
Manana.
and all you MFers also.
See.
Yeah. Weather's been really good today here in Denver. Like first day of spring. It was hot, had shorts on. That was really good. Put up a sun sail, started putting them up. Usually put up these sun sails over my a deck. I have a deck in the back, wooden deck. And actually, it wraps around, goes to the front too. I put cells up there too. Kind of, yeah, really love these cells. Just
Today
kind
was
of
probably the warmest day.
fabric.
Uh, it was 85, about 84, 85 here. Perfect. But it's probably the first time it's been that warm
Yeah, really
since
nice.
last year. It was, I mean, it wasn't that warm, but it was. Now over at the coast it was cooler, but over here it was
Yeah, it was only like
84.
it might have hit like 70 or something today, but
Yeah.
it was sunny.
70, 70s, like I'm
This,
comfortable outside in 70s. 84, like even today, when I'm here, you have to acclimate to get used to it. Today was the first day, and I felt like a little like the heat was a little much, but after a week or two of it being 84, like the heat's too much when it's like 94 and 100 and all that. 84 is good, but when you
Yeah.
haven't been in 84 for 6 months, it, you have to acclimate to it.
Yeah. Spoke to my brother in Arizona, Phoenix. Yeah, it was hitting 100. I said, yeah, when it's getting nice here, yeah, it's getting too hot over there. That's the way it works
But,
out.
but people there, they acclimate to it, and like
Yeah.
it just becomes your norm.
Yeah,
I came back to Thailand and walked into 102 temperature.
Nice. That's awesome.
yeah. Well, that bothers
It
me a
rained
lot.
last night and it's down to 86 right now.
102. Wow.
I wish we
Yeah,
had
Damn.
that weather.
it
Wish we
was
had that
fucking
weather
hot.
here.
That's like Phoenix and Miami combined, like the heat and the humidity, and yeah. But the
Well,
sun isn't. Well, how's the
just
sun over
remember
there?
when you see these
Maybe
like
not as bad.
uh, things of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, we see visuals. No, 128 is like their average temperature over there.
Yeah, that's great. And sunny.
So like
Yeah,
that,
over
like
there is crazy.
that's unbearable. Like holy fuck.
But it looks like it's overcast there in Thailand anyway.
A lot of yellow and white light. UV
Really.
at 10, 11.
Uh-huh.
Very
Right.
extreme. I mean, tan you up. I sat out on that balcony the first day I was there and had 4 cigarettes. And I went to take a shower and it was like, holy shit, man, I got sunburned.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's
gotta watch that.
just
Uh,
short periods of time, 4 times without a shirt.
That's why I put up these sales too, so you'd hang out and put on like lotion, some kind of sunscreen. I got like a shirt, long sleeve, like sun kind of shirt I'll put on, and a hat. But yeah, these sales are really good. Um, that I put up just for shade because
When I
like it's 70, but the sun, it's because it's so sunny. Like so today was full sun. And yeah, so here, mile high and sun, no clouds.
Woohoo!
It's intense.
Yeah,
That's
that sun is intense. That UV light, you can just feel it baking you.
damn. Salton Sea says 107 today for him. That's awesome. I wish I had that
Yeah,
weather.
yeah, like Phoenix weather, yeah, even hotter. Yeah.
Well, I went
But
to
he's used
Chiang
to it.
Rai
Coming out, Salton Sea.
and I walked into a place and took off my jacket, and a girl
Why you don't take
says,
your pants
"You
off?
cold or something?" And it's like, a tourist. You don't live here.
Yeah.
You wear a jacket even though it's hot because the sun.
Like the locals, does everybody wear sandals? Like Mideast or
Flip flops.
Pakistan? Yeah.
Socks and sandals.
Pakistan, man. I don't know. Lately, so the videos I've been watching lately are
There was another train.
like steel processing in Pakistan or something, like recycling steel, like old like air conditioner cooling areas with so there's like the copper pipes inside and then aluminum fins coming off of the cooling. So- And so they get that, they recycle that kind of shit and they melt it down. They pull it apart, they show you the whole process on YouTube. It's cool. And and no talking. So you can just follow what's going. They show you all the steps. It's fucking crazy how they do that. Melt it down. They make ingots of like aluminum or something, and like turn it into like spools of aluminum wire. And it's just, but everyone's doing work in like sandals. Somebody's on the floor like hammering metal on an anvil, like cross-legged with like sandals on. There's like there's like hot metal, liquid molten metals they're working with, like they walk around just sandals, and these like
Well,
then
yeah, it's 120 degrees where they're at, dude.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And they're They're
Fuck that.
two-piece outfit. It's usually always matching the same color, but like the loose pants and then the shirt that style shirt. I don't know what they call that, but
Fuck that. I'd be dressed up in protective clothing.
Something that's
yeah,
no,
no, no,
they
it's
not when
not.
it's 120 degrees outside.
They have some eye protection, some of them, and maybe like in one scene, some people had masks, but otherwise, no. It's just like they'd have some fans trying to blow the bad air away, it's like coming off, the molten metal and shit, you know. That's like the whole like just venting it outside wherever they are, and like with a fan by a fan, just blowing it out, and they just stay downstream of it, and that's their protection. But they're all just wearing sandals. That's what great. Like they must have like I envy them for their feet. They must have like super strong feet, and their toes are like fucking able to hold things between their toes, like it's like another hand for them. And they can sit cross-legged amazingly too. So yeah, so I give them credit. That it's pretty cool. It's like everyone must be some genetic too, because it's just like everyone does it. This is like the way we work in the factory. Yeah, squat down, sandals on. Anyway, it's kind of crazy. And they recycle everything. This
What?
other one, they were recycling used forceps from like Operation Forcep. Yeah. The
Stainless
clamps.
steel.
Yeah. And they'd have like fucking just the hugest piles you can imagine of just used forceps or yeah, or hemostats, I guess is what they really were. Yeah, I guess they were hemostats, but the same kind of things. Yeah, like things you'd use to as a roach clip. And they'd be raking them, into the piles around, and shoving them into a hole in the ground where the flame, the kiln is, and then pouring it out. And they'd be making these flat sheets of the steel, and they'd have some kind of pounding hammer. All these factories have some kind of pounding hammer, and they're pounding it out into strips, and then another one is like cutting it out, and gradually you can see they're making hemostats out of the used hemostats. So that's what they're doing, and they somehow they sell them. So but I guess it's good steel, and yeah, they know they're getting the good steel, and they throw in a handful of like I don't know, charcoal and soda ash or lime, whatever, to kind of get the impurities. But it's all real. They're not like doing any chemical analysis, making sure like, oh yeah, it's good quality or really testing and take a sample. No, it's just like they just know what they're doing, and they're good though too.
Well, they pass it on to another person, and when that goes into processing, that's when the other company's scientists go in and are metallurgic chemists, we'll call them. And they go in and they say, okay, we need to add this to it, we need to add this to it, and we need to add this to it before we can use it.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. It's amazing. They do a lot over there too. Because I see all these different. Somehow, I've been watching, so they keep feeding me more. It's like, damn, Pakistan like recycles all this kind of shit. They're like, yeah, like what were they like
you
rebuilding?
got
Like
you got to
Yeah,
remember we
but
live in
like
a first
it was like
world
a drive
country.
shaft. It was like a drive shaft for some ship or something somebody needed worked on. It's like, okay, these are our metal workers, and they're like straightening it out or doing whatever they had to do. It's like crazy.
but you would think like with as much stuff that we could recycle here that like I know there's these barges of like all of our shit that go to different countries and then where people pick through it all and they recycle and fill up in our like I'm sure there's a steel operation like that probably doesn't even exist in the US even though it could be doing the same thing at bigger scale.
Yeah, especially like these air conditioner cooling um areas, with the copper and the aluminum, and
All of it.
yeah, that's
Like
good
anything that
metal.
should be recycled should be being recycled. Period. Like
Yeah,
I
That's
mean, all the like
that's
all
what
these stores and brands you read on the thing, oh, 100% recycled packaging, and we've done a little bit toward that, but yeah, we still ship a lot of trash to like other places.
Yeah, copper wire. I was thinking I'd throw out. I don't know. I guess when I
I
was
went
young, I used to fool around with electrical shit, and I'd save electrical cords. And I was like old. I used to just like before I threw away some electrical device, I'd cut the cord off. I'd be like, oh, it's if it had a good plug on. Oh, because I knew like, oh, if you had to build something, you had to
Well,
buy
I'm pretty
some
sure
wire,
that
and
in old
just the plug would be like $5 or something, and and
I'm pretty sure that in old magnetic HPS balances and MH balances, there's a transformer in there, and I think that's like
big
what it
coil
is.
of
yeah,
copper.
yeah, a lot of
It's wrapped
copper
in
and steel
copper.
also. Yeah,
Yeah,
iron. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wonder how,
we used to do that as
considering
a
that
kid.
most of the magnetic balances became defunct and probably ended up in landfills and shit. I'm sure uh, some people hip to it and got the copper out of there, but probably because most people dispose of those things in like like because they're ballasts or whatever. But I have like a lot of my old magnetic ballasts. I just moved. Somebody gave me like six of them, and they were the first generation. Because I had my friend help me move it up to the second floor here, so I lifted him up on the ladder to him up there, and I yeah, these were the OG ones from back in the day, and they're like three times as heavy as the other generations of
Digitals.
them. Well,
Yeah,
digitals were
big
definitely lighter. I'm
those
saying
iron
the
core,
magnetic ones, they made
transformers.
them lighter and lighter over the years, right? These are the ones that are like, holy fuck, built like a brick shit house, big fucking heaviest thing.
Yeah, as a kid, yeah,
And like
what
as I was
to
struggling pushing them up
recycle?
the fucking
20
ladder,
pound block.
I realized that what am I doing now? I'm put because I'm not planning on ever use like why do I say to somebody, oh, they're cleaning out their storage. They got some old gross shit. Do you want it? And I'm like, yeah, bring it over. Now there were a few things in there that it was like, okay, cool, that's cool. I'm fucking this pump or this, but somehow I ended up with a bunch of stuff that I put up there. Where one of these days I'm gonna haul all that shit and get rid of it and like make room up there for like. There's so much shit in there up there. It's mainly all old gross shit from over the years. Mine, Gary's, this, that. Yeah, you really gonna use
Have
old
a
gross
sale.
shit? No one's buying an old gross like no one's buying a magnetic 1,000-watt ballast. It has zero value.
I'll
Like
take
no
your
one
light
wants.
movers though.
No, those are cherished. Because yeah,
See?
like I'm pretty sure that if any of my motors die or any of that, that company doesn't exist from what I understand.
Nope.
Right
That's
now,
why I've
I
been
know enough
buying all
about
the spare
electrical things.
wheels and
That the
everything I
the
can find.
the light rail one, the motor, it's very simple. And I'm sure if you took it apart and sourced electrical place, you could replace that motor and that wheel or parts. They bought the parts from somewhere. They weren't like that. You could probably source the parts and fix it yourself. But they used to, you could send it into them and they would redo them, or you just buy another one. Well, you can't buy another
You
one,
could buy a
so
repair kit.
yeah, there's probably a repair kit. But that's like when what it wasn't always the motor that went out after years.
It was the wheels.
The wheel would like because it's like a rubber wheel that runs on that rail, and it would and you could see
It's
on your rail there's like
tension
skid
between it.
marks. There's skid marks like at the end when it stops, and then like it's like black rubber that gets onto your some of the wheel wears off onto the rail over time. Usually at the end, not in the middle. Like oh, when it stops and then starts again, it leaves like even though it's not really a burnout skid mark, it seems like that. Like a foot or so at the end, we'll have this rubber staining or rubber built up on the
Your
inside of the
lights were
rail.
really heavy.
No, listen. Back then, it was just a hood when I used it. Here, we have one motor running two double-ended
Rails.
hoods No, each rail has two ballasts and hoods that are connected with this bar. So one motor moves two lights. Only fucking Sam, who built out some of the shit, would have like ever fucking concocted a thing like that. And for years, I'm amazed because I used to go through these wheels and motors every few years just with a hood, right? Somehow, yeah, we haven't had any go down in years. But one thing, they run 24 hours a day, even though we could easily put that light movers on a timer, right? Because yeah, those especially those type of small motors and shit. Yeah, it's just better to let them run.
Yeah.
It's not that much power, and I've learned over the years some things. What wears them
They come
out, or
up.
what is like turning them on and off is the wear and tear. You know what I mean? Like when something goes off and then comes on, electrical motors. Sometimes it's better just let them run. Like I've learned that
You
with fans.
you know
Fans, the fans I used to cycle, the same model, whatever. Yeah, they had a way shorter lifespan than the ones that stayed on 24/7 for years. Some of them are still running decades, but the ones that I cycle on and off, actual fans or whatever they're called, and some of those are expensive. Yeah, they like yeah,
but
I
the
have a
light leaf
few.
mover, you run that even when the lights are off.
Yeah, those don't ever shut off.
Even when
When the
lights,
lights go
okay.
off,
Huh.
they just keep moving, right? And
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is because we understand that certain things are best left running 24 hours, like not going on and off. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I've noticed that with
Some
fans
of
though,
it is,
definitely.
some of it is this, okay? When that motor shuts off power, it cools down, right? It's not working. Then when you turn it back on, it has to heat back up from the fuse.
Yeah,
That's wear and tear. When it just runs, it just keeps running. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
The oil gets
And
thick, it
and
seems
those
too.
fans that
Whatever.
are, what do you call them? The side mount, like wall fans. Yeah, I've learned with those too. I used to like put them on timers because they were only on when the lights were on, and those ones like died. The same model, same one that just stayed on forever. 10 years later, it's still moving. Little cheap electrical motors, you know what I mean? And devices seem to be
Bitch.
better left running all the time. They say even with cars, some of the biggest wear and tear in a car is turning it off and on, right? Over time. That some of it is like I say, it cools down and then heats up. Cools,
Yeah,
it heats back up, cools down. So even hoses and different things, well, okay, over time that's if it's just running forever, it just runs forever. Nothing runs forever though. But like, I've had long term setups. And over time, I mean yeah, like I guess you call it uh yeah, nothing's worse. Like a whole bunch of things. Like if they certain things fail, then that's a bigger problem than
I've I don't think I've had an inline fan fail. Have you ever had any of those fail?
well, actual fans. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Those
Yeah,
are
I
what
mean, but we're not like I
the
didn't say
inline, yeah.
fail after a year or two, but we're talking like,
The, well, the
oh,
oscillating ones fail like in less than a year
those ones
sometimes.
suck. I mean,
Yeah,
the thing
things
is
like
we've
that.
outsourced those, and they're all made in China and as
Sure.
cheap as possible with crappy plastic, crappy
Mhm.
fucking motor, right? And they don't last. But shit,
Well, like the
they don't
Max
last,
fan, I believe my original that was made in Germany.
dude.
A
Yeah, well,
Max fan.
I used to before you could get them at the hydro store. I used to go to Granger, and you'd have to order them out of the catalog. It wasn't even stopped there, but it was called Air Cool, right? I think they were made in America, American company. And dude, I think that one's close to 20 years old, still works.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
But
yeah.
but it wasn't. $59. It was
Right.
even back then. It was more.
Two hundred
It
and
was
fifty.
not 250. It was more like under 100 back then when other ones were probably 49. Okay. But that's the thing. Even then, I knew like one, most people buy those type of things to use them occasionally. As a grower, you're talking about 12, 18 hour, sometimes 24-hour use over a long. You get what you paid for, right? And like one of the problems I have at the hydro store, I know from aquarium stores and other things, there's a lot of pumps out there, a lot of different pumps, right? Pump water, all of that. You go to the hydro store today, that's all outsourced crap brands that like Hawthorne has created, and they don't like. It used to be, oh yeah, the hydro store was selling those, but if you want to pay more money, they had the ones that are known to be good. Do you know what I'm
The
saying?
industrial.
Yeah.
Like now they don't even offer those, right? They just sell like even with the scissors at the hydro store, they got all these knockoff scissors. Granted, they're less than $10, right? But yeah, if you go and spend like 30, $40 on what's the name? It's a Japanese these scissors.
Fiskars.
No, Fiskars are all
Yeah,
right.
the
Those aren't bad.
Chickamauga.
Chickamasas, right? We have a set of these chickamasas. We keep them clean. Shit, they go forever. The the hydro store knocked it off. Right, this green one is the fake. This, yeah, no, no, these are just. And I noticed. Oh, it used to be easy to spot the fakes. Green, chickamasa, red. This is chickamasa's color. It's an orange.
Yeah, yeah,
The new knockoffs, they went as far as to knock off the fucking fake orange. Like theirs is like, oh, it's not quite the right shade because I think if they matched the shade exact, oh, that might probably be a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Like that's a direct copy, right? But yeah, a couple. I mean, you get what you pay for. I mean, it's a reality. You know, as American consumers, especially, we don't even have that option anymore, right? You go to Home Depot, you go to the places where it's easy to access the items. They just selling you the crap, not even
yeah.
like they don't even
That's
say, well,
true.
yeah, you can buy this if you
Well,
want to buy the cheaper one, but you want a better one that lasts. You don't even know. You just know that, like usually like I'll say something. Those side, what do you call them? The oscillator fans on the wall. Um, okay, $59. That's or 60, whatever they're at the hydro store, 18 inch. Dude, if you had a $99 one that was made better that I knew would last me 5, 10 years, okay, there you are. No problem. I have no problem with that. But why a lot of those things aren't on the shelf? Because most consumers, they don't think like I do. What's the cheapest one? Okay, I'll take that one. That's just the way we buy things these days. You know what I
they
mean?
all seem to
And
fail. Yeah.
and that's why we have like so much junk and stuff that only works. What do you call it? Like there's a name for that in the auto industry, planned obsolescence, right? Right, which used to be like an engineered thing into some things. Now it's like everything they sell you is like they got that built in. They had engineering and stuff create a product that wouldn't last forever knowingly because well otherwise they wouldn't have a business, right? Because if you didn't have to go buy another one every so many years, well, so like,
Yeah.
yeah, don't make and like my dad and our previous generation, like with tools and a lot of things, yeah, some of those things were like for life. Like, oh,
Yeah.
they've been like and uh, yeah, now we just buy crap at fucking Harbor Freight and shit that is crap. And even like Harbor Freight was like a place that made a business out of selling that crap, but that crap is like permeated every box store, everything. It's all the same crap. Like even my biggest gripe, because I go through boxes of 100, 100 a box of 100 razor blades, single end razor blades. Take clones, defoliate. I use them all over the place for a long time. It's the same brand. Okay, so if I was defoliating or taking clones, a clean blade, dude, it would just go and go and go. It's sharp for fucking long time. Now, it's even just taking clones. It isn't even like a witty thing. It's like the easiest thing to cut through. Now, I say 6 to 8 cuts, you got to toss it and get a new blade if you want that crisp razor thing. I used those blades for so long that, hey, they look the same. Oh, if you nick yourself, oh, it's fucking the razor blade. But when it comes to like its sharpness, somehow it fades really quick now. Where, yeah, somehow they fucking changed something, used cheaper steel, didn't do what they used
Like
to do,
that.
right?
Treatment, yeah.
And I've even tried to buy, oh, fuck the ones at Home Depot. And then there's a couple different brands. Stanley actually is a better one. They make their own razor blades, but most of them, when you actually get it, it's just the same razor blade packaged by a different company. You know what I mean? And razor blade quality has dropped like fucking. That one bugs the shit out of me. Even though it's like whatever, $7 for 100. I can't believe how many blades I go through when I used to do the same amount of work, only need a few. And so if I could go on Google or Reddit or whatever and find like there's probably some subgroup where people are talking about this. And then there's like, if you read through it, people are saying, yeah, no, you buy this brand or this brand. Those are the good old razor blades. All those other ones are fucking bullshit. Now, if you haven't been using the blades for 30 years, like on a daily, then you wouldn't even notice that they're bullshit. Because, oh, they're sharp when you first, but they don't stay sharp. That's just what I've noticed. That's one of my biggest gripes. Because when I'm defoliating, that's how I cut myself or get nicked. If the thing's super sharp, bing, 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 bing. Once it starts dulling, then there's like a different action in it, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes like way I defoliate is take the razor blade down the stem. You have to be careful. Like I new people that work for me or some people work, they don't have it down. And so real easily you can cut right into the stem, right? But if you know how to just drag it the right way, it just cleanly, instead of plucking or trying to use scissors, you can just cleanly take the sucker butt off or the lower piece. I can do it much faster and more accurately, and plant has less. Uh, it doesn't, plucking is gives more stress or whatever. Clean cut is probably the best way. But the razor blades suck. Or what it is when okay, you have two hands, you're reaching in there. The razor blade you better hold the top of the plant stem to go down because the razor blade's going to like create this tension that makes it that it's more a tendency to cut into the stem. Real sharp blade, oh no, boom, 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 no problem. You don't have to support the top part. And when they start getting dull, then you better switch because my little technique doesn't like handle that part. Like, boom, it will cut. Oh, big top just got cut off. You know what I mean? And I just healed from little nick, the slightest nick, but man, somehow, I mean, I cut myself on other things, it doesn't bleed that much. These boom, heals quick. Little slices with razor blades, man, those fucking things will fuck up your hands, man. You gotta be careful with them. All right, let's see what word there's. Much better.
Yeah, but it's true. Some things there are a lot of selection for, but in other things, no, you just have to buy what they have, like at Home Depot, that brand, that type,
Yeah, well, Home Depot
certain
used to
thing.
have a selection. They
Yeah.
used to. like when they first opened, like it's hard to remember, but it was a whole different business model than where we ended up. At this point, it count on them not having the right fitting, the right size, even little things like chain link fence. They have their own gauge that's different than the standard chain link fence. So like when it comes to slats, yeah, the slats are measured for the standard two different chain link fences. Home Depot's chain link fence is a different gauge. You don't notice it, or different measurement of the fence. I don't know what that's called, but that's how fencing goes. Like the but yeah,
Yeah.
it comes to
Mhm.
PVC. Oh, they're never gonna have like two and a half. They're gonna have like one, two. Like they don't. They used to. I used to be able to go there when I needed weird fitting or this or that. Boom, no problem. Here we got it. Because with their business model, like they sell what sells, what what's the most, and a lot of the stuff that if people do stuff, the trades, most of them don't get their shit from Home Depot, right? And so like, yeah, Home Depot's like got this whole thing like that, like it is crap basically. You know what I mean? And from what I
Yeah,
understand,
I'm
like
sure we've all got
seventy
some
percent,
vacuums.
70% of Home Depot and Lowe's is all Bear, the company. Like whether it's this aisle, this aisle, this aisle, this aisle, it's companies that Bear control. They might still be called the original
Mm.
company name, but they're Bear, right? So that's part of it. Like what do you call it? The timer, like pool timer. Uh, it's a company that makes those. Oh no, I used to get them at Home Depot. Nope, nah, they don't sell that one anymore. They sell the GE one that isn't as good as the gray metal box ones. Oh wait, Intermatic. Intermatic,
Yeah.
these.
Yeah.
Those are good timers and mechanical, like work forever, can handle a load.
Damn it! Damn it! That's what she said.
Same with like breakers. They all sell square D and this and that, all the shit ones. Like my assistant says, yeah, no, if you need quality breakers, you can't get them at Home Depot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like breakers, like
Amazon, maybe. I don't know. They
well,
got more.
there's like
That's
oh
amazing.
there's qualities of them. And see, here's the thing: like the square D or the cheaper ones would be fine under most loads because like oh, it might be rated for this, but you only turning it on now and then or use it periodically. Grow things, you're putting a load through it for like 12, 18 hours, right? Like here's what it is. The black plastic, which is called ABS, it's like heat rated plastic that they're made out, right? And these aren't going over the load limit. Like if it's a 50 amp breaker, I never am running above 40 amps through it, right? And otherwise, I'd have like max them out.
Right.
What's the company that good breakers come from? It was they were a whole other price. But my electrician, who's like a official journeyman, works like buildings and stuff. Yeah, and like businesses or things, they're not going to use those. Okay, because over time here, I got a breaker up here. Next thing you know, it'd be like intermittent shorting or something would happen here. And what happens is over years, this is the bottom part that clicks in, right? You put it in, it clicks in. It's important that it's in there stable without a gap, right? But like the heat warps it very little. You like could barely tell, right? Oh, you buy the better one. It's still the black plastic, but it's
Huh.
like the good black plastic is meant to carry there's a term in electrical, like when it's when the load's going through always. There's there's
Yeah.
there's ways to fill.
Nominal.
Well, yeah, like household things, or even
Max
most
load,
things. Just
nominal load.
like like constant load.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? A constant
Yeah.
load, because no matter what, when you start getting into those loads, even when you're got the right gauge and it's all set up right, guess what? It's warm. Once you get over a certain about 15 amps shit, you get into like running hundreds of amps and load, that load is warm. Oh, if your
Mm.
shit set up wrong, it gets too warm and that's hot. Now, okay, that's why there's gauges and wire and all these things need to be right for the thing. But
Yeah.
any load, like even when you have the right gauge, you go down to 220, go feel your fucking cord or feel what's going on. Or there's that's why in like fuse boxes there's
Uh-huh.
vents and shit. There's heat coming out when the electric's going through there. Electricity itself makes heat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 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 The connection point, get extra
Yeah, I mean, and
resistance.
I started in the '90s, but we learned all this was just through trial and error and shit. I used to have a sub panel that had two 100 amps, and then it went to other sub panels, right? And yeah, over the years, we would put uh, uh, it was only be like 3, 4 years, 5 years. Usually, it was years. What the fuck? Well, I'm glad I showed up here. I must have went off today or something.
Huh?
Oh well, one of my rooms is channel 23. Uh-uh.
A hot day. Yeah.
No,
When
I
it's
think
at
that when it
some.
says channel 23, that's a code. That's why I have multiple ACs because I think
Yeah, but like,
that
yeah, the
means.
heat's coming now. That's the time of year, things, air conditioners could break.
Yeah,
I
I
was just
mean,
thinking
I
about
had to
that. Yeah,
replace one
find
a
my
few
home.
months back, and um, now wait a second. This is off too, so something else happened. Oh, hmm. All right, bad timing for this to happen. Let's see, but now there's no still. It's always something. Usually right before you're ready to split for 4 days. Wait, I think this whole side,
Right before
as I showed
tour.
you the main panel, I think a breaker might have went because it's a bunch of things aren't on. Seriously. But I'm hoping that another AC dies. Like these ones have 3 ton have run like 10 years, 12 SEER. When we replaced the one that died after like 10 years earlier this year for like a third of the price of what we paid 10 years ago for 3 ton, 1650 out the door. Um,
Yeah, you get a
yeah,
more efficient
it
one.
had, yeah, it had 20 SEER,
Yeah.
22 SEER. And like my switching or the AC guy
Wow.
explained to me how I could do the math. Oh, I already see it's been months. That lowered my bill by a lot, a considerable amount, just like he said it would. And um, I have 3 more. And it's one of those things that, okay, he, they're working, so you just let them work. But once any of them have a problem, because they're that old, yeah, I'm going to replace them with better ones that save me money. Actually, even if they don't break, once I'm ready to spend the money, um,
Yeah, get it
um,
before it breaks even.
well, that you could do the math. It pays for itself. Okay, that fixed
Yeah.
that. Beautiful. Uh, Oh, shit, it popped it again. Wait a minute. What's going on?
Oh, was the circuit breaker? It popped it again now?
Yeah. So
Uh,
that must mean
uh,
something is, I might have plugged something else in or changed something that is taking that off that load. Huh. Let's see. What do I do?
or
Unplug
something
something
is
overnight.
broken, or
Or
but
sometimes
something
you
could
know,
have
it's
broke.
weird. As I went into a rant about the breakers and all that,
Yeah.
like without even realizing it, that like, you know, because this place is running 10 years, you know, alone. So, I mean, this is just part of that. There's always upkeep. So, yeah, man, yeah,
No, yeah.
I wasn't leaving tomorrow. I get a hold of something. My assistant, hey, can you? Because he works Monday through Friday. He can only come in. Oh, there it is. It's number 4. Okay, so I'm gonna.
But you just plugged in a whole bunch of new lights and everything too.
No, no, no. The lights are on a whole other thing, and they're doing
Okay.
tighten. And that's not the lights are on. That's like that's not an issue. No, either this breaker is or somehow, and I wonder if it's also the dry room. Like I don't know. Like I didn't build this place out like the other one, so I don't know exactly what the loads are.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
aware of
where
all that. You manage
everything's
it, but you
connected
know
on
when
that.
there's sockets here and there, and they just use them, and then
Yeah.
sometimes it's just that one extra amp you plugged in that.
Yeah.
Okay, so popped it
That little
again.
thing, that fan that you put in there.
Okay, this room, which this is on a different circuit. This went out tonight. That'd be a problem. All right. Hmm. All right.
Well, I guess
Oh,
Eh,
whatever's off, yeah, whatever's off, that should be on. Yeah, that's what
all
you're
right.
looking
So
for,
I'm
huh?
going to start unplugging some things. Let's unplug.
When I moved into my house in Michigan, I replaced the whole electrical box and I ran two dedicated 220 lines downstairs. I'd
Yeah.
pass by that electrical box. I'd put my hand on all those fuses to see how hot they were.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I check out my outlets once in a while, feel them. Things are
All
plugged in.
right.
Well, if it's getting hot, you may think about it, especially if you
Yeah.
have an older house, about redoing the
Uh,
wiring because it's better to redo the wiring than buy a new house.
Yeah, if it's in the house. Yeah, but maybe like even a timer. That's what I recently been on. Like, yeah, I was thinking like, oh yeah, yeah, I'm gonna should replace that soon. So it's getting worn, working pretty hard. But doing that wiring back then,
yeah.
that was a lot better because like nowadays, like yeah, Home Depot, they keep their wire locked up nowadays. That's like one of the few things, like they keep that locked up tight.
Dude,
It's
you go to
copper,
Copper,
four
yeah,
Walmart.
dollars a pound.
yeah, all that
Dude,
copper.
Walmart keeps shaving cream and socks locked
Oh
up. I'm
yeah,
like, holy fuck,
I
dude.
know, cosmetic shit, yeah. And yeah, thievery's gotten really bad. They just busted some scammers that were like buying Apple iPods and like opening them in the boxes and putting in counterfeit ones and then returning and then like sealing them up and returning them as like unopened and paying cash and wanting cash back then and yeah, just like substituting these authentic ones with these fake ones, and yeah, they just busted these two people. It was like $140,000 worth
Wow.
that they were doing like
Well,
Walmart and Target.
well, if you can work those,
Stores.
you know, that
They
kind
had
of,
like
all right, that sounds like it. I mean, it's better than scamming regular old people on the internet.
Yeah, I was
You know what
wondering
I
how they
mean?
found out if that Apple can figure that out somehow, or if Target and Walmart maybe figured it out.
Ah, man, it's weird. Okay. Ah,
But that sucks, you know. Like, yeah, Home Depot used to be great with the returns. Now, oh, you got to save your receipt. You only get 30 days. It
well,
used to
because
be,
people figured out ways to scam all that shit. That's what
yeah,
went down.
they'd go and take
Well,
stuff off the aisle, off the shelf, and go up to the return desk and say, "Hey, I want to return this. I don't have my receipt."
well, I
So
came
yeah,
back
now
to
you receipt.
Thailand. I came back to Thailand, went back to Samsung and said, "Hey, listen, my battery basically died in my phone in 8 months. It expanded." And they're like, "Oh, well, there's only a 90-day policy on phone batteries now."
Uh,
The
sorry,
quality
Roku.
control sucks
Yeah, yeah,
Fuck.
because I got a battery for my other phone a couple months ago and had to order another one because the battery that they sent me wouldn't go past like 15% charge.
yeah. The authentic stuff I find is good, but yeah, as soon as you get something replaced, like the screens especially, it's not the same unless
Well,
try to dig it. Not non-Apple.
I got a new battery for my Acer computer. And the guy says, "Hey, you know, do you want an Acer one or do you want, a replacement? Because the replacement's $110, but the one from Acer is 93." So I'll take the Acer one.
Yeah. Well, apples are usually twice as expensive.
In fact, I gotta take this phone in. They gotta replace this battery. Do it here where it only costs me like $60 instead of doing it back in the States where it cost me 100.
Yeah. This is like, yeah, we'll do yeah with the tariff stuff, it can go up. Yeah, you can be getting some bargains over there.
I ain't worried
That's what
about the
you'd be
tariffs.
loading up your suitcases with like weird shit, like batteries or something, bringing them, bringing it over, bringing it as gifts.
When I first came here in 15 and 16, the French were in this part and the British.
Really?
So through Myanmar, through Laos and Cambodia, you could still find the old French coins that had silver in them. They were like 30% silver.
Uh-huh.
Man, I bought a ton of those.
I have a bunch of Chinese pandas, silver pandas. Like, I guess, what,
The newer ones you gotta
100,
watch. They cut the grams on they're not a
like a
full
hundred.
ounce.
Were they 101 or is it just an ounce? Maybe just an ounce. I forget now. I haven't
You
looked
can
at
get
it
a
in a
100
while.
ounce bars.
Well, like
If
the
it's
the
a
well,
coin, it's
the
only
panda,
one
yeah, it's a coin. Yeah, the panda
or
coin,
two.
like probably an ounce of silver.
The new pandas, though, they're short. They don't have a troy ounce. Troy ounce is different than a U.S. ounce. Troy ounce is more grams. I think it's like 32.
Yeah, no, it's different.
There's only 12 troy ounces that makes a U.S. pound.
Huh. Since the look at this coin, I haven't looked at this in a while. Let me see if I still remember where I on the
I'm so glad I bought silver when it dipped down to 28.
See Bitcoin. I just heard that that's over 100 yen.
Yeah, I don't do
I
Bitcoin.
don't either,
I
but
don't I don't have
it's just
Bitcoin money.
I don't buy and sell silver either. Yeah, yeah, some coins that inherited. But yeah, it's yeah.
I don't trust
Oh, here it
banks,
is.
especially after what happened to me and having a lawyer tell me you're pretty much fucked.
No,
Yeah.
you know what the latest thing is they just add like credit card like okay so this bill at this cafe I just went to so it said so it had like okay your items totaled up tax and then it said total and it had a line it had the amount and then underneath that it said credit and then it had like a little bit higher and that was the amount
Yeah.
the pay and it was like it didn't
It's a 3%.
yeah this was like on the paper bill and then it was like at no, like the ice cream store too had that at the at the register.
They're just
It
passing on
was
the
like
cost to you to be able to pay it.
she said an amount like we got a couple few things. She said an amount, rings it up the cash register. It says an amount, and so I take out some cash. She goes, "Oh, cash," and then she like, "Oh," and she says a different amount, a little bit lower, like like that's all she did. She said, "Oh, cat," like she's always paying cat. Oh,
It's a processing
yeah.
fee. The whole
Yeah, I
thing
know. They
is
used to
the
eat that.
business shouldn't, yeah, but you shouldn't have to take that out of your profits as a
N-
small business.
No, it's not bad. It may be part of like they may start doing it like tariff. They may start showing like tariff cost, like what their costs are, and maybe they actually. Well, you could say I guess they are passing it off. Because
Yeah, no,
if you
but
pay like cash, and maybe if
what
you can
they're
get around
what
the tariff, they'll take that off if
but a
they
lot of
can.
the
So
the
that's
banks
the
like
idea.
taking up the cost of and we're paying for it is because billions of dollars are being hacked out of the fucking game by like the amount they report annually that they lose as the financial system, the banks, the whole thing through hacks, basically scammers like fucking D goes after. And that's even how they now like make you they used to be, oh yeah, somebody got in my account. Okay, we'll credit you right back. No questions asked. Right? But that amount just keeps growing every fucking year. These hackers are like stealing so much fucking
Yeah,
money, and oh well guess who
yeah. It
pays for
was
it? Us.
Coinbase
That's
was
why
was
that's why
robbed
your fees
recently.
you go up on the service charge. Oh, that's to make up for all the money that they're fucking getting ripped off. They
Yeah.
don't take the hit. They just pass it on to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the credit card, yeah, and you get, technically you get like usually like 1% back from your credit card, so you get, but so the store might make you pay 3%, you get 1% back, they're getting charged
Well, I
five
mean, a
probably
huge
or some
sector of
6.
the companies is they have their own security. Wait, you're telling me that the money system, the bank system, is still so hackable? Like and like the way it works is, yeah, they patch this hole and they just find another one. Like there's this ongoing thing, and the
Hmm.
hackers are always one step ahead. And basically, the guys that are good at it, they live in countries with no extradition. The money's going to some fucking island bank off of Russia that is part of the whole thing, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, they might be an Interpol warrant for the guy, but he's way smarter than to ever step into a country that and these kingpins from all over the place run these like hack fucking crews. and ultimately like when he's trying to go out, he calls them scammers, but they work for that. It all goes up the level, right?
Yeah. It's like, but like it's like nowadays with this credit card thing, it's like they're just assuming everybody's paying with credit card, and it's just built into all the prices. And it's like, you're paying with cash. Oh well that price. No, then this price. Like all the prices are a little bit different. It's like almost like
Oh no,
everything's going to be like that.
oh no, yeah. Uh,
We'll see. It may be even with this tariff change
well,
so much that
somehow
might
this the
change
whole
it. Where they maybe
tariff,
they
like
do that. All these
the
extra charges.
yeah. Well, eventually, that's
Hotels
that's
are
how it goes.
motels are notorious for that. With extra
I mean,
charges.
okay, you know it won't happen. Okay, so he wanted to tariff any foreign movie 100%, right? Well, like, okay, so now you go to a movie theater because they shot a certain part of the movie wherever it was tariff. So instead of paying $15 or whatever it is to go to a movie, oh, a tariff movie costs you $30, right? That's like
Tariff
ridiculous.
movie.
And like, sometimes some of the editing is in different countries because like that's where it's cheaper to get it done and all this. I mean, the movie industry is international, okay?
And then yeah.
Like even American movies, like wait, like so if
Huh.
it's not shot in the United States only, it's a foreign movie. Like wait, that's stupid as fuck, dude. Like then that's going to limit what the story could be. Oh well, we can't do the scene in Hong Kong or you know international. We'll just make it look like it's Hong Kong. You know what I mean? Because then it'd be a terror movie. It's just insane. Like well, no, it's a person like just shooting from the hip that doesn't even understand like anything past 100% tariff. Yeah, look, this is going to help our movie company. No, that's not. They're profitable and doing fine. They don't need help. Trust me. They spend $300 million and fucking 500, like $500 million on making a movie. For God's sakes, let them just make their movies. Because when you
Yeah,
start
yeah.
interfering with
They're
shit
all
with
different price.
tariffs,
Used to all be the same price. Yeah, now they do kind of vary the price. Last time I've
well, I
been
mean,
was
the bottom
going.
line is no matter how it goes as a consumer, like the person that buys the product in the end, we're the ones that pay for everything. Like it's
Yeah.
never like a company
I
that's
guess it's
like
most of it's digital
making
too now.
like huge money for all these years and
Releasing.
something changes. They're never going to go, well, I guess we don't make exactly that percentage of profit. No, whatever, like they're just going to pass it on down, right? So that it doesn't affect them ultimately. They don't give a fuck because like, oh, so now it costs us. We have to go through this or that, regularly, and then what do we do? Okay, well, we'll just we'll have another line on the bill that won't even be noticeable. It'll be like
It's
another little fucking
they like it.
side hustle.
They like it because they'll make money on it. They're like, oh, it's like $1,
Well, I
but it's
think
like,
some law passed that
well,
affects
it's a
receipts
sometime
where
on the bill it's $1.50 though, something like
some years ago
like
I
any
think it was
excuse
during
to also
Obama. He
make
passed a
something.
thing that changed how receipts and bills work, where everything has to be uh, uh, like one simple to basically simple. Well, supposed to be simple to understand and listed. You can't just like have da 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 and then the total. You have to show all
Itemized.
right,
Yeah.
itemized, and for a lot of years, oh no, they used to just kind of like, oh well, they didn't always itemize every little 1/4% extra this that they add in there, which turns out to be lots of
Man,
money.
try to put on a
Yeah.
fucking music show at a
Yeah,
venue,
well, a
and then
lot
you
of
get
why
itemized bill, and then hey, this is this bill, and then you've got this bill and this bill to pay.
a lot of like why a lot of the movie industry has been like offshore is the same as all the same reasons. and mainly the movie industry has unions, and the cost of doing
Labor
things
costs.
here is it's just gigantic. Oh, you can go to other countries that invite you have have built up in this place or what
Yeah.
all the things that you need to be able to go there. I mean, they got skilled people, they got the
Yeah.
equipment, they got the rentals, they got the stuff.
That was
Uh,
a big thing for a while. I forget
like
where, but yeah, there was some place some country was like, yeah, trying to attract.
well, there's certain states they call them right to work states. That's where my brother, he's union in the movies. He doesn't get that much union work in LA, and because movies don't get
Yeah,
shot
maybe
there
it was
anymore.
just other states. Yeah.
Yeah, other states. And when you have the trades, that's Hollywood Reporter, Variety. These states take full page ads. They're usually not just a state; it's a state and it's a city that like tell you, yeah, we got everything you need. Come here. Less,
Uh-huh.
none
Like
of all
somewhere
the,
in
the
the
shit that
East
goes on
Coast
with.
or in the South or somewhere was trying. Yeah, yeah. Maybe it was
No,
some
there's like
state there.
there's yeah, there's different states. They're called right to work
Because
states.
like New
So
York and
like
California are the big producer states, right, for entertainment, I think.
yeah, but like okay, I grew up in L.A. Hollywood. Dude, at any given day, you'd find a TV show, a movie set with permits, all this shooting all over town. It's rare
Uh-huh.
you see that anymore, dude. They don't shoot nothing there anymore, dude. Hardly because the union, the reg, the this, the cost of the
Oh,
permit,
I guess
the shit
there
you
was.
got to go through. Like, oh, other states like, yeah, you don't have to go through any
Yeah,
of
maybe
that
it was
shit,
like
dude.
Texas, because yeah,
Yeah,
where uh, what's the name accidentally killed the person working on the set, the
yeah, that's
armorer, and there
yeah,
was
and that's
that,
one of
that
those
was in
things where
Texas though or
those
something.
were
Yeah,
ununion,
yep,
those were
yeah,
Jason
right,
Lee, the
non-union
yep,
Crow.
people.
yep.
Yeah,
Jason
and
Lee, the Crow.
Georgia, uh, uh, Atlanta, or Georgia. Yeah, my brother's been having movies out there more than he's been here because that's how it is. Now he gets a good wage. It's not just the wage you have to pay him that is the unions thing. It's all these other. There's a like like if you
A
work
lot of this shit
union,
is
the
dangerous.
overall
Stunt
you might be paying somebody
actors,
50 an hour, but it's really costing you more like 70 and 80 an hour. Where in another state, 50 an hour is 50 an hour. You flat. And like, there's a thing in Hollywood, golden time, okay? Part of the unions, okay? Because movies work long hours. You get to a certain point of overtime, okay? And then you don't have 8 hours off between next call time. So you work till 11 and your call time 6 in the morning. That's only 7 hours. You come back at golden time, triple time. Okay. A lot of movies and the way they make them, yeah, they're gonna like rather pay to have like people work 12, 13 hours and get the shit done because they've set up, they're at a location. You do it through the union, and like, yeah, it's called golden time. And then if they go a few days like that, which that's how it goes, you stay on that. You stay at triple, that's for all hours. Like where normal overtime
$210 a
would
year.
be, oh, the first 8 hours is what, and then over that, even why they cater and feed the people, the unionists. Okay, if you're supplying them the food and their meals, and they have to be at certain intervals, like time, right? Um, they only get a half hour to eat back to work. If you're going to send them off the set to go do lunch themselves or be
Two,
paraplegic,
3 hours, 4 hours.
2 hours, 2 hours. Well, when you have everything set up and you've closed the street or you've done this or you've done all this shit, you're just getting it done no matter what, right? And there's just levels of that. Like even in the union, dude, if you're, and it's all Teamsters, right? I mean, there's SAG and directors and all that for the actors, all that, but like my brother, he works in catering, they feed the people. He's a Teamster. The truck driver's a Teamster. If you sweep the set, you're a Teamster. Now, if you sweep the set, Oh, if you're a grip or if you're this, oh, then you don't do this. Like everything's like compartmentalized. So like the
Uh-huh.
guy that sweeps, he doesn't touch anything else. That's his deal. The guy that
Yep.
rigs, oh,
Yeah,
he's not
rigs.
going to sweep. Yeah, everybody's got their little thing. And over the years, now unions protect people and stuff. But why a lot of the unions have gone the other way is because yeah, and then the cost of all that it becomes astronomical because it never ends. Like, oh, and the pension and the this. Now, hey, you have protections. It's good. It's good for the person, right? Because otherwise, before we had that labor, remember, I mean, before our time, the motherfuckers they took advantage of people. Paid them that whatever, then fucking worked them whatever. No, there's no protection. People had like if you don't have a counter in the thing, the employers are going to take advantage. So and that's what they do, right? I mean, even all these jobs, Walmart, and all this, they don't give you a full time job because a full time job means by law they have to
Benefits.
get benefits. Oh no, next thing you know, they want you 30 hours, no more than that. You know what I mean? Now they hire more people, but that's why people have to have two or three of those jobs instead of one real full time job, right? They came with benefits, all that shit. So a lot of times, oh, even fast food, they might pay you fucking 22 an hour, but you're not working 40-hour week because then they'd have to do that. Oh, they'll just give you 30 hours. You can work them forever because it's like you're semi declared as part time.
Hmm.
Even in
I
concerts,
love overtime.
that's that's why it's the curfew fees when you break curfew are so high because the people that are the ushers and all that are on these really tight schedules where if they're not wanting to pay any overtime, any of any of that. So you would have to have, oh well, this guy gets off at this time and another one comes in because oh they have to show up at this time and it shows 11. Oh, then now you're like almost over 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? And if you go over 8 hours, there's labor laws. I'm not a worker in my life, but I know those. And over time, like good jobs are ones that they protect you and shit. Other jobs, yeah, they're not as good, right? I mean, that's why everybody wants these federal jobs because even though you got to go through a bunch of shit to get them and be good record and all this shit. Yeah, man, they have like they take care of them, right? But that's because they have like a not really a union, but no, they're protected by a agreement. You know what I mean? Like you can't fire like federal people. They're what do they call it? Civil servants, right? So it's not as simple as like, yeah, you did bad job, you're fired. That's not how you can't just fire them. They're civil servants. It's a different class of employee.
Oh shit, that was hard to grind up.
Bottom line is the human system of it all. It's just gotten so complicated and so burdened with all the decades and century of fucking crap that yeah, we need to strip it down a bit. Make it, especially here, like why a lot of businesses move out of California is because yeah, California has like even more regulations than everywhere else, right? Like gas has already gone up over 50 cents. 4 days ago, story comes out, California. Next year, starting in January, all refineries, we won't have a single refinery in California operating, right? For whatever they're doing. And they expect gas to go from to 8.50 to $11. Those are going to be the cost of gas coming up. Okay? Because we have our own blend. It's good for smog. I'm environmentalist. Like I see that we don't have smog. When I go to other cities, when you're behind a car, there's a different smell. We don't have that smell in California cars because we have this blend of gases is different. We don't the only place that has it. Like no other state said, yeah, fuck, we're environmentalists. We're going to use that too. No, we pay 62% more for gas than national average. Okay, the hustle of it is this hasn't happened. Nothing has happened. None of the refineries have shut down yet. This is something coming up that is predicted to do this, right? They've already somehow this week gas went up like every day a few cents, up to 50 cents already. Just over that, what do you call it? That's like a story that is coming up. Like, so they're already like going, well, I guess that story, gas going up. Well, we might as well tack on fucking some money now. You know what I mean? They, like, if anything should be regulated, it's the whole gas bullshit. Because, like, okay, our governor's a piece of shit. Fuck him. But I get that it's this environmental thing to avoid, because, oh, in this articles, they're pointing out how it's going to affect Uber, Uber Eats, the delivery, the businesses, everything. That now you're talking like we're already paying like 450 and four something five, 850 to 11. That's not just a few percent up. That's like a crippling amount of money that's gonna. Oh, guess where it's gonna come out of us, right? Because they're just gonna pass it on, right? Shipping, everything. Oh, probably the shipping will be like, yeah, it's going to California. Well, we tack on another price because yeah, the gas cost out there is like $11, right? Okay, simple. I'm not the governor. I'm not fucking smart. I'm a fucking uneducated idiot. Um, okay, it's predicted up to 6 months to get the refineries back on. Okay, so now you make a deal where we can waive the environmental shit, the blend, and for 6 months we have to because the refineries are shut down to avoid $11 gas and crippling, biz. Uh, use that the rest of the gases the rest of the country uses. Just for 6 months until you can get over this. Nope, that's not. He's never. Nope, nope. Oh, I get it. I'm a bleeding heart environmentalist, but like sometimes it's like, yeah, well, 6 months of that shit, we burned that shit for most of my life, and that's when we had the worst smog ever. Because California has a lot of basins, San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Valley. Everything's a basin, and only when the weather's right is the wind moving the air out. So smog was like it looked like fog. Like what today I think is fog. Sometimes back then you didn't know was that fog or was that just bad smog. You knew by the end of the day because you take a deep breath and you could
It
feel it.
didn't burn off.
Yeah. And okay, that's gone away. It's like so much less smog since they fixed that. So okay, I guess
Well, that's the
that's
price you
I mean
pay for that beautiful weather.
well yeah and oh I read a thing a couple of years ago. Okay, the visible pollution, smog, is definitely cut out, but the polluted particles that are in the air overall has continued to go up. It's just not the ones you see. So it's not like oh, take a deep breath. It's not the cars aren't polluting you. No, they're still polluting you, but just what they've found ways that cut out certain things. And most likely cut those things out by coming up with other things that just don't leave visible fog in the fucking air. Smog.
Well, if you were to look underneath the BTS tracks from the Asok station, it goes over a major intersection here in Bangkok, and they pump water. They mist water out of the bottom, and that helps break down some of that smog here in Thailand.
Okay.
That emissions at that intersection. And it was kind of cool to watch. Then you realized how bad your air quality was.
If you've ever were in LA when it was what the era I was talking about, yeah, smog was no joke.
Dude,
And
there's
it would
always
just
a red
build and
sun
build and
here.
build. And okay, the weather, Santa Ana's or something. Oh, so it's affecting that too. So it might have been, well, I I changed one light. I went from a 630 to 645. I don't think that 15 watts was enough to change the electrical. Huh.
Not that much.
Eh, I
You shouldn't have, if you're changing over a light and you're only going up 15 amp or 15
no,
watts, that's not enough to
no,
set
yeah.
something.
Well, I didn't
Be-
realize that this is in a whole other room and those didn't go on. I don't know what. Oh, and all the oscillators off in here. So yeah, see, like I say, if I would have designed it, I might have subbed out and had things more separated. All right, those. All right, but what I really need is the AC to come on. So I'll sacrifice these lights for right now.
Plug this in over here,
Well,
plug
just
that in over there.
get something working because now I've eliminated like a third of the load. So if it's a load thing, if it's not a load thing, then
You
definitely
got
not the
major
electrician.
problems.
Or I mean, I'm a good enough electrician. I can pull out that breaker and replace it, but it might need that might not it might not be the breaker. Like the breaker's telling you something's not right, unless the breaker's malfunction, which happens. Usually not. Breakers are pretty solid items, but over time they do.
Wow.
Like,
I thought that was fog moving and it's raining.
all right, let's go. Let's see, right. Now I gotta go. I gotta run out to San Clemente and do the thing. Holy shit. I put all this stress of like, well, I have to do this and work on fucking that because I decided to go. Like, a couple of my friends that were like, yeah, I'd love to go, but dude, we're saying because I checked with flights last minute. No, I wasn't gonna like pay like 300-400 to fucking to go to Vegas and drive there in 3-4 hours, and it takes me an hour to get to the airport from here. Like I would already be a third of the way there. Um, and I'm pretty sure my passport card is acceptable, but they changed the thing. I don't have a real ID yet. I have a passport. I think if you have a passport, that's okay. But
That's a
under
federal ID.
yeah, right. So that gets you on the plane. But you're supposed to have this thing called a real ID,
I
which
don't
like
have one of those gold stars on my license.
yeah,
I
well,
have a
really,
passport.
I didn't sign up for it last year because oh they gave me the form. Yeah, look, dude, on my ID it says PO box, and that was like I've had that for 20 some years.
I
They
just
had
got
to
my
come
new
out and
ID and I
prove
had or my new
like
license and I
like
had to
we didn't actually live on that property, even though there was a
It was
house that was
hardcore.
on there. The property where we had our fruit stand, it was like no mail delivery there. Okay, because the only way you could get your a PO box, which isn't a permanent address, on your driver's license, is that where you live doesn't have mail delivery. So, I had to go through some changes. But that was like 20 some years ago where I've definitely never given up my address to anything. right? That was the thinking. Yeah, I continue. Yeah, the system never knows my real address. I've never give that to them ever. That's sort of my outlaw thing. Because yeah, well then if you run from the cops, oh they're gonna know where to go.
In case anyone's wondering, so this big old condominium of seeds here, I'm gonna take them and I'm just gonna put a garbage bag over them for a few days. Check them. I might put a little spacer in between them if I'm gonna have them stacked on together. But
Jesus, where did it go? Man, one of my apps just disappeared off my phone that the guy was sending me his address. Oh, there.
Man, my
Oh,
phones have like updated 8 times since I've been here in Thailand. I thought I did something to my phone when I was like really far out there. No, it just updated and it changed the whole screen.
nope, just suck testa.
I thought I did something while I was tripping. That was pretty cool because I just had a BTS go by as that train whistle blew.
yeah, that's the coaster. It's not like the real train comes by like 2 in the morning, and that horn is on a whole other level.
Deep.
The fucking yeah, like ain't no joke. A real train's horn, blows, and somehow like I don't know, no, like the tracks, people could walk out there or something, but okay, but somehow by the law there's like a whole neighborhood on the other side. So, like I'm on this side, it's all warehouses. My warehouse is like 12-foot concrete slabs. Like if I'm inside, I don't hear none of that. Those people's houses, they hear it, especially the big train at 2 in the morning. The whole it's not honking. No, it honks the whole way. Like at period for miles. It just honks
Well, they have
to
to
warn people.
because, yeah,
Well, okay, if you see somebody honk, but like that'd be like if I drove my car and it just had to be honking all the time. Okay, like just warn people you're driving. Now, the rich people on the coaster,
Every
same
crossing that they
thing.
have, they've got a certain honks they got to do.
Okay, I get to that, but the thing down on either corner of the railroad crossing, uh-huh. The coast where it's $5 million houses and the thing runs right through there. They bitch so much they don't have that down there. Same company, same trains. Um, like where I live in Cardiff, 2 blocks away, right? Like Pacific Coast Highway has the train right on it, the coaster and all that. Dude, you know how many people get killed a year on the train tracks? Bunch. Some of them are suicides and crazy shit. Down there where they don't honk. Here, well, it's different here. The beach, you have to cross the tracks to get to the beach. So you go to the beach down there, you're walking across the tracks, whether it's on the places they make for you or like where I used to live. Yeah, we just walked across, right? And people get hit by trains. I don't know how you could actually get hit by a train. You have to be fucked up or something. I don't know. I mean, how hard is it to not get hit by a train, even if you
That's
were down one of
J5's
the
mom.
tracks? But I know those people's property values that are like houses are backed up against that, the thing, are a little less because people are like, yeah, I don't know. That's strange. Honks, how many times it fucking goes by? Like both ways? It's constant. Well, it's not full. It's one track, but somehow well, the one goes and then the one goes back. All right, how am I going to deal with this? All right, all right. Guess what? Stayed the fuck on. Ah, because ultimately ACs
All right.
until I can
Make sure
fix
to
this.
end meeting for all users or whatever.
I'd rather have AC and lose lights and worry about
Well,
getting the
I
lights
got it.
back
Like
up than
here's
an
the beautiful
AC.
thing. Here's the beautiful thing. This room is just set, right? All the lights are set because this tray is being set with smaller ones. So I'm going to set it tonight. It has 1,000 watt in the middle, all this other light. So for a day or two, these two lights. Now, most likely, I'm going to unplug one of the LEDs and see if they can handle that load and plug in one. Because, oh, if I wasn't taking off tomorrow, oh, I had to handle this and either fix it myself or get one of somebody over here that has more electrician skills. But I'm taking off, and then I'll be here Monday. And then I got shows on Wednesday and Thursday. So, but I've done this enough times that things will work perfect for 6 months as you're there. But the moment you're gonna like go to some shows and need everything to work perfect, something, some little fucking thing happens, like repeatedly. That's a like or goes out like okay, the trimmers will be here tomorrow working and stuff. Next thing you know, I'm at fucking high as a kite in Vegas, and they're calling me going, "Yeah, dude, I don't know, but it's really fucking hot in that room." And neither of them would have knew what's unplugged, how to like troubleshoot this. And I would have like been like, "Well, fuck, I'll be back." Well, I don't know what to tell you. I guess turn off all the lights. I would have had to shut off the lights in here. This room is in 3 weeks. Okay,
That was
or 4 weeks.
sucked.
Yeah, no, these are fucking firing right now. This is like the most important weeks.
Yeah.
Pixel development. This is where the action's up. Like, uh, all right. ACs are on. Good. I mean, it was only 84, and CO2 is the most important thing, especially at this stage. But another thing I did was use one of these handy fans. So this room that everything's working is ACs, and I'm going to turn down. Well, I don't have to. I fixed those. Uh, yeah, I'm just blowing cool air into the oven. And I could have done the same thing because this room is cool as fuck. And then it would have changed the humidity on this hanging. And no, this is ready to start trimming tomorrow. I'm gonna have to let's see, I'm gonna roll joints for the road. What do I want
There
to
you
try?
go.
I gotta drive. This is 20 minutes each way. I'm going basically I'm going to score because when I go to Vegas and I go to a show, I don't know, but I already have like I got some of everything. I that's the way I party. Like I don't know. I don't really know what I'll feel like doing, but I don't want to feel like doing something and be like, fuck. I don't have this, that, or the other.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Ben.
Yeah, well, that's why we're making a quick trip because I can't get too fucked up. Like if I went there for 3 days, like the run.
That could be
Holy
4 or 5.
yeah, no, I mean that's what I do. I live the party, dude. Now, a couple of my friends that like they're in their 50s, like, dude, I don't know how you still do that shit, dude.
Part of the game.
Hey man, I'll be doing it till the day I die, dude. Or the day I get too old and I can't do it. Any of it, whatever it is. I I got a bunch of everything, dude. I don't even know. Somehow my brother sent me this shit called moon rocks. I'm not into it, but it's this big purple fucking chunk of Molly, fucking huge. It's like an ounce of this fucking shit. He's like, yeah, dude, just send me some weed. I got this, and he sent me this fucking. I don't even know how much it weighs. Like a Ziploc of pure opium, like not heroin, opium, plant opium. Pretty good.
Big goo
I
ball.
took, yeah, I took a hit. I felt all right. I'm not gonna like sit there and smoke it till I'm fucking stupid. I'm not into it like that, but. And I just took a hit to try it. I probably won't even like. I don't know. I'm the type that I don't know. Like if I feel like it, then and I got slaughter and I got this and I got all of it. That's why you go to the dead shows with your best stash. You just be ready in case you want to get busy with whoever. Because actually, uh, this is the last show of this run. I need trimmers. So this next week, I'd say, yeah, you want to come? Let's
My
go.
phone's dying.
You could work for me
Later,
for a
Ryan.
couple days, make money, and then you go back to Vegas next weekend. Let's go. Hop in. Oh fuck! Now it went out again. So what's it? Oh, that's it. Oh, yep, it's the breaker. Because now when I pop it to open it, it sparks. Okay, I can change that breaker.
Yep.
I don't know. Uh,
Just shut down the.
no, I don't have to shut anything else off. I know how to open this box. But this one's an industrial one. It's a little trickier. It's heavy, but
I
hey, just
know.
snap out that breaker, wire it to a new breaker. But I gotta see if I have. Uh, I don't know. I'm probably better off letting the electrician come make a few bucks and do it right. That's just my
My feelings exactly. I
hey.
grow cannabis. An electrician fucks with electricity.
Well,
The
even what
plumber
I know
fucks
about
with the water.
doing like electric was from like 30 years ago when you couldn't really. I didn't have,
People.
and you didn't have people, so you learned how to do a lot of things yourself. It's been a lot of years since I said, yeah, all right, let's see, let's get this tool and that tool. Okay, it's a hot fucking box. I can't turn the whole box off because it's like this is directly, huh, maybe this box is the sub to that. No, see, that's part of it. Is the place has been running 10 years. I didn't build it out. So, like, I'm not even sure what's what exactly.
You got to make a phone call.
Well,
Give me a diagram. How'd you build
and I'll
this
tell you one
place?
thing. Like a real electrician, they know all these tricks. Like when you watch them, they know how to use the pliers in a way to strip the wire, bend it, bend the wire exactly the way it needs to be. And when you put it back in, it lines up and it is like there's little, the person that does that for 20 years, they get good at it.
That's why we pay them to do it.
Yeah. And over the time, I've learned to trust those guys. And a lot of times when I'm like, yeah, but I used to do it like this, you're like, well, if you want to do it like that, you do it yourself. But like, this is the way that it's supposed to be done, safe and right. And that's the only way I'm going to do it. And then I've
Do you
learned to
want to?
appreciate that because how I learned to do it was like this whole fucking bro science fucking way from fucking the 90s. Like where, oh yeah, no, we used to just do it like this. Well, no, that's not what you. No, that's not how you do it. That's not how you're supposed to do it. But you live and you learn.
And hope it doesn't cost you.
Oh, I do have some experience after all these years. Oh wait, is this the right size? No. But here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Here's this paper. This is the important paper.
I usually tape that right on the inside of the
Oh wait, right
box.
on here it says four burnt out. Wait, is this accurate? Yeah, here's like this scheme from 10 years ago. Whoever did hook this up, where it has every breaker and what it runs. So room two AC times two is 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5 is fine, and that's a big one. What the one that says from whatever four burn out. Drawing room is 6. GB
Probably 30 and
2.
50s.
Control masters on that. Split power 10 trim room. Bed strip box. Okay. Flip box flower 24. Well, I don't have a problem with that. Yep, that's a 220. 50 amp. Okay. Well, I have to really first off I'll have to fucking call Jim or Gary and go like, could we really use him for? Because 4 is the one that keeps popping out. It says right on here from I don't know how many years ago, a long time. Number 4, burn out. So it says number 4, burn out. Uh, how's that controlling all these things? Unless you put it in play, but didn't um, note it on here. But the thing is, on here, there's probably breakers in this because every slot's full, and then there's slots on the list that just have question marks, and most likely means that there's nothing on them. 32, 34, 36, 25, 27, 29, 15, 16, 12, and 16 have question marks, which means if I did it tonight, I could find out which one of those do nothing, which would be troubleshooting it, walking back and forth, turn something on, or a phone call in the morning to Sam, who built it out. He'll go, oh, yeah, all right, look here, okay. And
Yep. Cut the lights and go.
so I might manage the room. I want to see where it settles in. Turn off a couple lights, turn back on. And they started at 9, it's 11. So I can keep the lights on and maybe have to turn them off for get through the night. It's, you have to just, sometimes you have to just shoot from the hip and deal with it.
Sounds like Ben's gonna pull an all-nighter.
Well, that was already the case. I already knew that. Because, see, I need to be on the road by 11, safely get there by whatever. And um, I'm like, what?
That's coming up
You
for
think I'm
you.
going to stay? I could have stayed over in Cardiff and went to sleep early and got up. I wouldn't have went to sleep. Like I go to sleep at 4 or 5 in the morning, whether I'm doing something or not. I've done that for 50 years of my life. I don't sleep. Like it's not like, okay, I got to get up early, so I'm gonna go to sleep now. And like these guys are fucking, they're just well, they're Gary and Chris, my roommates, they're going to sleep because they're going to be out in the fucking water at 5 and 6 in the morning before the crowd gets there. Like, make like if you want to be in the lineup, you got to get there early, and then as people start crowding the lineup, they don't have the same priority guys that were out there first. Pecking order on the way, especially when the good ones are coming in. SoCal, we have like everybody and their mother's a surfer, so there's all these politics to the breaks. You have to be a local. Like, oh, if you think you're from Cardiff and you're going to go up to Trestles and just paddle out, well, the guys from Trestles are going to like take the waves and might give you one. And that's localism they call it. And oh yeah, surfers are cool. And oh no, they punch it out over that shit. There's a lot of
And while you're
politics and
fighting, you're
shit.
missing the waves.
Well, they don't fight during then. They fucking they don't paddle out. They don't fight out in the water too often. They handle it back at the and there's the locals. So the locals will be, yeah, where are you from? Like it's this whole thing. It's like they're surfers, but it's the same mentality that are in gangs and hoods, right? It's like you know what I mean, but it's over waves, not turf, drug, or whatever. Well, it is over turf.
Wow,
Like
I just
that's why
watched them.
these two guys pay a ridiculous amount of money to live two streets from those at one of the best rates, right? Because that gives them, yeah, let's say a guy from San Diego, he lives 10 miles from the beach. Oh no, like you could claim that spot as your surf spot, but you're not going to have the same priority as the people that actually live at that surf spot. Like there's a whole pecking order. The same thing at North Shore Pike. Oh, you think you can just go out and surf Pike? No, first the uncles. They call it the uncles. Those are the older guys. If I paddle out there, even though I don't surf anymore, it's fucking too much for me to fucking deal with. I'd be considered an uncle. So like, oh, they're not going to compete for waves. And then there's the hot shots or the locals. Okay, they're next, and if you already know that, if you go to any of these places, like if you go to a place and act like you don't understand the this surf shit has been going on for the beginning of surfing. And SoCal, well, no, all the breaks, anywhere where waves are good, is crowded as fuck. It's not like, oh, a few of us are going out. No, no, there's like 50 people trying to catch, the wave. Now you can ride the shoulder and you can ride inside. Like, okay, you can get the scraps, you know what I mean? But when the sets are coming in and the good ones, and then there's a pecking order. Yeah. Like even Gary and them down there, there's guys that it's like, oh, they live in like it's a condo or a townhouse right there, but everything's been developed, and they're like $5 to $10 million houses, and they're called tech pros. They're people that like moved down there because during COVID, certain jobs within are very well paid jobs in the computer business, Silicon Valley and Frisco. They don't have to work they can work from wherever. You know what I mean? So why would you want to live wherever when you can live there? And like all these guys, because surfing's hip and all this shit, right? They moved in, they got money, and they have the greatest board and all the good shit, and the G wagon and $5 to $8 million house and the cutest fucking wife, all this shit because they got a couple 100,000. Well, no, good salaries, right? And then they're despised by all the like people that have been down there their whole life because they've ruined the place. You know what I mean? And there's certain
Yeah.
establishments that cater to those people, and then there's the other establishments, like where people have beers and hang out, like tech bros. Like they're not all tech bros. They're uppity, whatever you want to call it. It used to be like it was all kind of affordable down there. A lot of there's no more like rentals. because anybody that has Airbnb, it's all changed. Like if you think you're gonna live a few blocks from the beach and not be super like rich, you got nothing coming around here. Like, and it used to just be, oh, beachfront.
Dang.
Okay, now it's like all the way, and then it gets to the five freeway or the 101 freeway. That's there. If you live east of that, and then you have a lower, you're not like part of the like eight or nine major streets that are the real coast. Like if you get off the 101 and go right, you're going to coast. If you have to go left, you're like, oh, you're like live up there, even though that's all considered. And those houses are, 3, 4, 5 million. Where then you turn right, 5 million to 20 unattainable.
Surfer territory with Bud.
Well, yeah, surfing territory is a real thing, dude. All right, Herbie, I'll be right back. I'm going to get this shit done.
Ah, I got some things I gotta do. I gotta go get food. It's lunchtime. I'm hungry.
With that, guys, it's time to call it a night. Who wants to go first?
I will, because I'm like ready to walk out. Good hanging, everyone. Have a good week. Rock on.
Later, Bud.
Later, bud.
Yeah, have a good night.
Jeff, go for it, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was good. And yeah, it was good catching up with everyone. Captain. Uh, Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Jeff, for coming and
Peace.
hanging out, man. Captain.
Thanks, Steve, for sticking around. Thanks, Fury, for putting this on. And at least you got to see one more train before I leave.
there
Everybody
you
have a
go.
good one. Stay high, stay safe. Peace.
Later, Captain. Good to see you, bud. I guess I missed the train. With that, guys, I'm gonna call the end of the show. Don't forget, check this awesome shirt out before we go. We'll give it one more showing. This awesome Fumidoro safety meeting shirt, Team B Brain shirt. You can pick yours up, your own sweet shirt like this, and many other kinds of shirts like this at Fumidoro.com. Also check out the seeds that Fumidoro has going on at Fumidoro.com. Thanks everybody for tuning in to the Saturday show. Don't forget to tune in Tuesday when Fumi will be interviewing Green Goddess. Um, to a lot of you guys that um, it, it's everything that's green is going to be on the Tuesday show, being interviewed by Fumidor. Be sure to check it out. Thanks everybody for watching. Um, yeah, I guess we'll see you guys Tuesday. Don't forget to keep your help control the pet population. Help help your pet get spayed or neutered. I don't know. Fuck. I'm tired. That's it. I'm getting all goofy. Sorry, I guess I didn't see you on the link at near the end there. Uh, so we'll have to get you next time. Later, everybody. Have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you Tuesday. Peace.